Oh, yeah. Oh, are you ready? Take out your butts and spank them. Take out your butts and spank them right in front of my eyes, bitch. Yeah. Now spread those cheeks and fart. Fart, fart, fart. What you been eating, girl?
Oh my God. What's up, everybody? How we doing? Yo, Beast with 134 months wanted to make spicy, cheesy pasta with broccoli and chicken, but accidentally grabbed spinach. No! That's terrible to hear. I'm so sorry to hear that, Beast. Oh, man. That sucks. That does suck. Butthole be like,
You're a cunt.
already?
100 months.
I'm a cunt already. Oh my God, Galahondra with 100 months. Holy shit, that list is filling up. Good Lord. Oh. Hell yeah, dude. Galahondra with 100 months subbed. Hell yeah, dude. Do you have a game in mind that you would like, Galahondra? Or do you need time to think about it? If you don't, tell me what game you want. Tell me what day of the week works best for you, because we're going to do a 100 month in November. You had one by month 11. Wow, you are ready. All right. What is it called? Journey. Wait a minute. You're okay. You're not gonna believe this, but Exodine has Journey on the list. Exodine's 100-month game is Journey. Gallandro. Do you have another one in mind? Gonna need another sec? No problemo. You let me know, and we'll get it. We'll get you on the list there. You got sniped, yeah. We're definitely gonna be playing that, and that was recent. I think Exodine got 100 months. Yep, pretty sure that was within the last couple of months that Galahondra or that Exodine got that. So, yeah, dude. Like, yeah, like last week. Yeah, crazy. Literally been holding on to that for years. Well, you get your wish. You get your double wish. You get Journey and another game. So that's good. That's good news, right? We're all excited about that. Why not play the game for both of them? It might be good to consolidate if folks pick the same game, save you time. Well, that's the thing. Like, Journey. Let's see. Oh, Journey is only a couple hours. Is that right? No. It is? It's that short, huh? Okay. Okay. One stream banger. All right, then. No, I was gonna say, like, if it took more than one day, I was gonna offer you like a guaranteed second stream, but it doesn't look like this game needs it. So we'll get Journey for you, plus whatever you want. Yeah, I know it saved me time. I know it would save me time, Scott, but I want them to feel like they got their own game. You know, Scott? That's kind of the whole idea. Get you something soon? All right, yeah, just whisper me up, buddy. Thank you, Alejandro. Yeah, as you can see by the note in the chat, the pinned message in the chat, I'm waiting for a phone call from my real estate agent. We're selling our house in Colorado. We moved to Texas, if you didn't know. We're selling our house in Colorado, and the objection phase has arrived. and they have some objections to the house that we've got to address somehow. And it feels like, I mean, I hope it's as simple as like, what if we knock some money off of the asking price? What if we gave you some money out of my wallet? Would that make you happy? So I'm hoping it's that simple. I'm hoping they have a number in mind and they're like, we'll take this and we'll just do it. Because otherwise that means that we'll have to extend this period. We'll have to fix it up ourselves. And that's just such a pain in the ass. That's usually what they're playing for. Well, let's hope Crimson Cage, because I don't mind that. I'd rather not deal with contractors and fix-it-uppers and shit like that. I'd rather them just go blank amount of money. I'll go, okay, we'll knock that off. No problem. How many bids have you gotten? Well, we're under contract now, so we stopped getting bids until this phase is over. But we've had as soon as we repainted and recarpeted it, we had a lot more sniffs at it for sure. In my recent purchase, I asked for some stuff to be fixed, and they just gave me a contract quote and a concession equivalent to that quote. Yeah, that's what I'm hoping we can do. I'm hoping that's the case. Be good if you at least know how much it is for a contractor, just so the ones offering isn't ripping you off. Well, that's what I'm hoping. I'm hoping that the realtor knows. Like, she has connections to contractors and stuff. So I'm hoping she knows, like, if we're getting ripped off or not. Zeke, I'm a good guy. We talked about it already, and I'll buy the house back for $100K less than you bought it for. It's okay to say thank you. Well, funny you say that, Scott. No, as it is now, even if we sold it without giving any concessions, I'd be, losing money on the house as far as like what I put into it. And now we're gonna sell it for even less. So, that's the pitfalls of buying a house. Maybe it's because it's a bad time to sell a house. Not sure if you heard that. Yeah, oh yeah. Oh, I know. I'm aware. We'll figure it out. Man. When was the house built? 1970. Vincent, thank you for giving a sub to Raging Ranger, Pagan Gods, Van Gander, Rogue Voodoo, and Mustafa Ali.
Hail, Berserkers!
It's your 30th birthday. Well, happy birthday, Don Cheadle. Happy birthday, buddy. And fuck you. Make sure you keep all the receipts. Yeah, oh yeah. I'm very fastidious when it comes to that. I will keep all the receipts. Zeke is in full hangout mode before starting the horror game, fielding 100-month subs and managing game requests, also waiting on a real estate call out selling a house. God damn you, you AI bastards. Stop listening to me. Fatui, thank you for the 10 gifted subs right there. To Lil Fuego, Captain Care, Bobalicious, RPG Tengu, Wizmander, Kiwi Negris, Rob Diddy, Why So Serious, TK Cross, and Tristan NL. Thank you, Fatui.
And hail, Berserkers!
Also, the Waramo, thank you for the 3 months, and Madian, thank you for the 51 right there. Can you tell me what a good boy I've been today? I got wisdom teeth extracted. Oh, you're a good boy, Purple Trader. You're a good boy. Zeke is just in full hangout mode, bitching about AI and threatening to fuck me in the ass. I can't believe I watched an entire soccer game yesterday. What is wrong with me? Hey, man. U.S. is apparently doing it, huh? We're in the top 16. That's crazy. No one thought we'd get there. Hey, is France still in? Because that was my pick to win it all. Oh, France is straight up murdering teams. All right, cool. All right. Cool. So I will gloat when France wins it all. I have a lot of money on the line. Yeah, I've got a lot of money riding on this. I got my house riding on this. So they better win. Yeah, so today. Oh, wait. There we go. Vincent has gifted a sub to Eat My Baguette. Eat it. Eat that baguette. Yeah, so we're going to play Fears to Fathom today. There are apparently 5 of them. And we're going to get through as many as we can. Or 6 of them. There are 6 of them, excuse me. There's Fears to Fathom episodes 1, 2, and 3. And then Ironbark Lookout, Woodbury Getaway, and Scratch Creek. So we'll get to as many as we can. And we'll have some fun playing, whether they're good or bad or whatever, we'll find out. And is there a contingency plan for tomorrow's stream in this case? Yes, actually, tomorrow's stream has been changed. Thank you for reminding me. I'm going to, oh my God, 32 gigs. Jeez, it's a big game. I'm actually going to install it right now. And it's, instead of Star Trek Bridge Crew, which I could no longer find on anything that I could have bought it on. I looked in my Ubisoft account, I looked in Steam, I looked in PlayStation just in case I bought it there, but I don't even remember where I bought it. But I looked in all of those accounts, like every gaming account that I have, I looked and it's no longer there. It is gone and it is delisted. And it's functionally dead anyways because the servers are down. Like no one's paying for the servers anymore. So that game is effed in the A. I don't know. I don't know what happened. I do not know what happened. But I was on the horn with Kiskaloo yesterday, and Kiskaloo said, "You know what? I got a different game that we can play, probably together. We friended each other on Steam, and we're gonna play. I don't know how to say it. Outbreak. Maybe it's Outbreak, but there's no vowels in the last word, so it's Outbreak. BRK. Yeah, the tornado chasing game. Yeah, the Storm Chaser. So that's what we're going to play tomorrow. Me and Kiskaloo, we're going to try and co-op that. And we'll have a good time. I heard it's pretty fun. Thank you for your money, though. I do appreciate your money.
Alas, Outbreak. Co-op is 12-person open world, so just play it solo. And
Oh, what?
Chaos.
Outbreak is co-op. Co-op is 12-person open world? So just play it solo and watch chaos. It says right on the store page that it's online co-op. Oh. Can you play with somebody? You can, though. No, it's Kiskaloo, and it's up to you, man. If you just want to watch me solo, it is an open lobby with 12 people, so I can't just invite you and then 12 other people join. I bet we can. I bet if Max and Cletus like played it together, I bet we can figure it out. But we'll see. We'll find out tomorrow. If you want to. If not, I can just go solo. It's up to you, man. It is really up to you. Thank you for the bits, by the way. What game? It's this game. Outburk. Storm Chasing Simulator. Do you need you need a full squad of people to play it co-op? You don't need a full lobby. Okay. And you can play it solo too. Okay. Okay. Well, I mean, we'll figure it out. Like, I'm willing to give it a shot and see if we can do it. But if not, I'll just play it solo. It's totally cool. It says single player. No, it says online co-op too. Online co-op, single player, online co-op. Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Gassie's played it. Yeah. But that's not what we're doing today. Today we're playing Fears of Fathom. And these are all, if I'm not mistaken, these are all creepypastas from Reddit, like true stories, quote unquote, true stories of things that happen. And I got the bundle, so I've got 4 downloaded already, and then we've got 2 waiting in the wings with Woodbury Getaway and Scratch Creek. So as soon as this ad break is done, we'll fire it up. And the first one's free. And I'm not expecting great things out of these, but I am hoping that we'll have a good time. Once again, I should be interrupted at some point today by a call from my realtor. She said, I'll call you in the morning, and I don't know. This is still morning. It's 10:30 where she's at in Colorado, so. If Cole liked them, they should be good, right? I don't know if Code played these. I would be very surprised if Code played these. Oh, 0.4 hours. Indeed he has. That's crazy. 0.4 hours. Yeah, the newest one is co-op only, I think, but we're going to go through the ones from 5 years ago all the way up to now. So we're going to play a bunch of them. I mean, probably. They're not that long as far as I know. Okay. Super dark. Oh, maybe she meant morning as because the deal is dead, maybe. Scott, I love your jokes and I love your attitude, but right now I am a fucking ball of stress. Like, I am struggling to make it through the day right now, and your jokes are not helping, so can we chill out on those a little bit? Because as my brain is now, my brain is saying, like, you're never going to get rid of this house. You're going to be stuck with it forever. You're going to end up putting, $100,000 worth of repairs into it, and it won't sell anyways.
Get your fucking hands up. Get on out of your seats. All eyes on me. All eyes on me.
Okay. All right, let's go. Here's the Fathom Home Alone. First episode. Let's rock. Thanks, buddy. Thanks, friend. Graphics. Oh, fantastic. Display 1. Yeah, let's go. Episodes. Wait a goddamn minute. I bought these other ones. Are they all free?
I'm living in a house which I'm supposed to clean up and put to sale during the next 2 months. Feel you, bro.
Yeah, Sharchini, dude. It's a hell of a time, man. It's the worst time to be selling a house. I've heard. Please tell me the scan lines are in the whole game. Yeah. I didn't want to put this up on Reddit just for it to be called a piece of fiction. I don't even know where to start. Excuse my lack of good storytelling skills. 50 clowns got fired from the circus. Luckily, it freed up 3 parking spots. I guess I'll just start. Thanks, Baines. A Redditor game, I'm out. I'm gonna tell my joke and leave. It was the middle of the summer. My parents had left for that weekend due to a work trip. Which meant I was all by myself for the weekend. Also, I feel like I do have to mention that my sleep schedule was really messed up around this time. I would sleep and get up just about any time of day. Though I did plan on fixing that. Oh, Jesus, shut it off. God damn. I woke around 8 after a nap that evening. I did have homework that night, but I was too hungry to do it right after waking up. Okay. Wait, when are you guys gonna be back? Dad and I are gonna be back on Monday, honey. Didn't I tell you that yesterday? Cool. Take care, honey. Sleep on time. I hope you get the Xbox like you promised. I mean, if you get that discount. Can I invite Mason and Joshua for the night for homework? Of course you can. Call me if you need anything. Make sure to check it's them on the door before opening it. Check through the blinds. Take care, honey. Sure thing, Mom. Dad and I may be back by Sunday evening. Why are you being so paranoid, Mom? I'm 14. I'm gonna take a little nap. Probably gonna order some pizza. No need to order anything. I already made you lasagna this morning. Check the fridge. Mason. Yo. You coming to Jessica's tomorrow? Yeah, I heard Josh was coming too. What about you? I don't know. What's wrong? Weren't you gonna see her yesterday? She didn't show up. It's like I don't even matter to her. You matter unless you multiply yourself by the speed of light squared, then your energy. I guess I'm energy then. How's Cam? Yeah, crap. Totally forgot. I'm probably gonna do that tonight. Feel all same. My parents are out for the night. Want to come over? We can play Mario Kart too. I'll let you know. Okay, call Josh too. Can't promise, dude. I may have plans with Nat. Don't ask me why, but I went straight into my parents' room. Oh, fuck. There was a dude in our yard. Oh, lasagna. Food was cold. G to throw. Fuck that lasagna. There we go. Didn't have dishes to wash. Right click to drink. Do I drink like this? Hold on, let me drink some more. Oh, delicious. Chocolate pick. Strong chocolate. It's strong chocolate. Wow. I need to warm up the food. Yeah, I know. Oh, maybe I take the food. Well, that's not gonna work. I don't know what you want me to do here. There's no microwave as far as I can see. I want to throw it in the oven. But I can't open the oven door. Do I throw it through the glass? Nope. I didn't open that. Did I? Maybe I did. Yeah, I did. I for sure opened that. Did it just say G to throw the blinds? Maybe I put the blinds in the oven. Yeah, there you go. There I am. There we go. Now we're relaxing. Well, okay. Is the next step in the arrangement to fucking, like, heat up the lasagna? Because I don't know how to do that. I needed to warm the food up. I'm trying to open it. No, the power's not out. Lights are on. Warm it up in the shower. I feel like a fucking idiot. Like, I'm trying to turn the knobs. See, I'm looking directly at the knobs. Oh, there we go. We got it. Okay. With the lasagna in your hand, put it through the front door of the oven. Nice and hot. I liked watching TV while I ate. Oh, okay. So I just eat it out of the pan with my hands. Ireland. Oh, I didn't turn I gotta turn the TV on before I sit down. There we go. Oh, there we go. Now I'm eating it. I don't think we need the eating sounds, do we? I'm eating the whole plate of lasagna. I was already feeling very sleepy. Someone just went up the stairs? I can't promise you to make plans tonight. We're gonna have to call it off, man. Something just came up, but you gotta come to Jessica's tomorrow. Oh, that's... Turn off the fucking movie, dude. I'm ready to finish up my homework. Sorry, Miles. Gotta see you tomorrow. Don't forget Chem too. Chill out, dude. I'll probably just go back to bed after Chem. $12:38 a.m. I just got done with homework for the day in about a few hours. Don't stay up too late, you kids. I shouldn't get to hear from Paula, Mrs. Paula this time. Okay. Did it tell me to do something? Oh. Back door is cracked open. Oh, maybe go to sleep? Hold on, I'm thirsty. I need to drink some water. Ah, that's good. That's good water. I always close my door before going to bed. Okay. Maybe switch off the lights. Nah, I like sleeping with every light in my bedroom on. I'm good with that. "1:16 a.m. I got up and got some water. To get some water. I was feeling thirsty and horny for some reason. Oh, someone turned my lights off. Thank you. Probably should have closed the refrigerator door. Oh. Yeah, leave the fridge open to keep the house cool. I guess I'll just go back to bed. Oh. You there? Miles, who's that at the door? Are you there? Oh, go click to hide? Okay. Paula sent, Mom, where'd you get this photo from? Paula sent me. Said he's been creeping through we're calling the cop. You kids lock every door and hide in your, don't answer the door no matter what he does. Oh my God. Tried peeking through the blinds, he looked straight at me. And now he's gone. Fuck. Felt my heart skip a beat. I ain't scared of you, motherfucker. I'll open the door and I'll fucking murder your ass. Well, turns out someone's getting murdered. And it ain't him. And the fucking game just closes. All right. All right. Oh, survive. Okay, so there is a survive function. Okay, so I'm going to survive this time. What were the other 2 achievements that I got? Alert NPCs, read the chats. What? Alert, now read the chats, I get it from my phone, but like, alert the NPCs? Like, what did I do that was so loud that it alerted the NPCs? Oh, it's because I went outside, maybe?
Ten-year seek pop.
There he is right there. Fucking dick. Oh, alerted by looking at him. Okay. There. See how easy that was? All I had to do was not throw the lasagna on the ground or on the counter. Unganga, 10 years of resubbage. Holy fuck. I will watch the stairs this time while eating, yes. Yep. Oh my god. That's fucking creepy. Was that a Stouffer's lasagna? There we go. Homework, oh, homework was done. I was off to bed. I missed that part last time. Okay. I got up to get some water. Turn, Jesus Christ. Why you turn the other way? Good, 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 good. Nice. There we go. Okay, don't alert the guy. So, don't answer the door. So, should I even look? Or should I just hide right now? I'll go hide. I don't need to look. I already opened it and died, dude. Here he comes. Or not. I have a phone. Why don't I call the cops? I think in order to progress, I might have to crouch and look. Do I have to get his attention? And then the chase is on.
The real terror is when your mum and dad come home and fuck the people they met at the bar on the bed you were hiding under.
That is a terrifying notion. Yes, absolutely. Thank you, Luke Noma, with 93 months. I mean, it doesn't appear like he's doing anything. He's a door enjoyer, I think. Like, I think we got this guy all wrong. He's just a door enjoyer. Well, he didn't see me this time. Last time I looked through the blinds, he looked right at me. I think I might have. There we go. There we go. Okay. Now I hide? Oh, there it is. He just wants to tell me about my car's extended warranty, I'm sure. It's Paula at the door. She's been creeping through calling the cops. You kids lock every door and hide. Don't answer the door no matter what he does. Who is he? You hear her? It's Paula at the door. Mom's so sorry, honey. Everything's going to be all right. Paula, the neighbor from across the street. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh my God. God damn, dude. Son of a bitch. Oh, yeah, I pee-peed a little. Okay. So we want to survive through the night. So don't go answer the door. I mean, as far as the game goes, it's creepy. She said, "Don't answer the door," but then she contradicted herself, man. She said, "Go answer the door now. It's Paula." Also, what kind of an alarm is that? Oh, I can't have the water right now? When the food's heating up, I can't have the water. No, I don't think there's a save point in this game. Yeah, there... No save spot. It's super short, so, like, I understand why not. There he goes, up the stairs. After the second bite, he goes up the stairs. I'm pounding that lasagna. I ate an entire lasagna to myself. There. My entire lasagna dinner. Okay, homework is done. Is off to bed. Okay, doors closed. Ready to go. Time to get up and get some water. Gulp, 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 gulp. Okay. Now, how do I get this? There we go. It's just random when he notices you. So, dude's gone. And we go back upstairs, hide under the bed until mom tells us it's Paula or whatever. Is it reacting to your mic? It might be, actually. That might be the thing. Like, it might be picking up my microphone. Because it did give me the alarm, like, alert NPCs. Zeke, why are my poops sometimes sharp? Is it the corn kernels getting back at me? I maybe. Oh. Okay. Okay. So I'm not sure if the realtor's gonna call me, but she said that she's been on the phone with engineers all morning and sent photos, and he said that after he gets through with his meetings, he's going to regroup with me. So we'll see. She said, hang tight, don't do anything yet. So fingers crossed. Oh, there I go. I looked back there and he was gone. Okay. So, mom, start texting me now. regroup, run up the flagpole for some synergy, non-committal, and you'll take it on board and we'll go from there. Yeah, let's circle back around. Let's table this for now and circle back around. There's the window. And now we're going to get text from mom. There's the doorbell. What up, communal? Hello. There we go. It's Paula at the door. Okay. So then I think we get up. Because I can't see Paula at the door here. So last time I went to the to the door or tried to go down the stairs, he got me. So now I don't know what to do. There's the cops. Oh, we won. We did it. Oh, and that was it. Okay, cool. There we go. All right, we survived the first episode. Got them all. Got all the achievements. I mean, they're relatively short. They're supposed to be, and it just closes. But that first episode is free. It's totally free. So on to the next episode. Oh shit! And then we go to the next episode. Fears to Fathom Hitchhiker. Norwood Hitchhike. There we go. Okay. Oh, this episode playtime 40 minutes. Okay. Are they all made by one dev? Maybe they're bundled together. That's how I got them on Steam. Is they were bundled, all 6 or 5 of the games, and then the 6th one that just came out was separate. This happened to me when I was 19. I'm a little over 21 now. I still remember this very clearly because of how creeped out I felt. I was a bit hesitant to write this out on the internet at first, but getting it out may help even just a little bit. I was one of those people that loves gaming conventions. I go to every convention I get the chance to, and sometimes even meet some of my online friends. Though my parents weren't always thrilled at the idea of me going on interstate drives, but a plane ticket would have been too expensive. This convention I was at went great, and it was now the day to drive back home. But when I set off, I soon realized the traffic was horrible. I decided that I'd take the long way to avoid the traffic. It was a little over a 12-hour drive. Yeesh. This is dangerous. I parked. You called? Yeah, I think I'm going to that convention. Could I get your car for the like 5 days, please? With who? Aiden. Internet friend? He's a nice guy. No. You're not going on a 10-hour drive by yourself. Well, I've already made up my mind. I'll drive you. Why don't you understand anything? Let's talk when I get home. Drive safe, Holly. Don't forget to call me. You got it, Dad. Anything else? Leaving now. Drive safe, Holly. Oh, that's his contact information. Okay. Discord. We got ticks, so I'll see if I can get the car. Let me know. Let you know. Finally going to take Milo on a walk, lol. All right, lol. Okay, the plan is on. Hell yes, we're getting the car. Yup, big girl. You sure Ash can't come? I'll get the skateboard too. Saw this really cool skate park. Sounds fun. Discord, where are you? Almost there. I don't see you. Peach shirt. It was fun. I had a good time. Thanks for joining me. Again, you sure driving all the way back? I don't really have a choice now, do I? Could have left tomorrow morning. Okay, give me a call when you reach back to your something. Okay, Dad. Not sure. Okay, Dad. Not sure if it'll be this lifetime though. What do you mean? Stuck in the biggest traffic jam of the country. That sucks. Not too good here either. I think it's people from the convention. That's it. I'm rerouting here. You gotta do what you gotta do. Okay. Why would I get out? I don't want to get out. Oh, God. Let me try to unpack what Zeke is trying to say. I think we pitched the tent way too early on this. Nobody checked the terrain or the forecast. And now we're sleeping on a slope in the middle of a storm wondering why everything is sliding. We keep trying to start a fire with wet wood. We've been rubbing the same two sticks together and there's no smoke. At some point we have to ask, do we even have the right kindling? Thank you for your business talk. Your business speak. I'm going 95 miles an hour, I guess. Where did you reach? About 6 hours away from the city. Got stuck in a jam. Oh, I was low on gas. Well, at least it used to be. Oh, driving is therapeutic for me. But now I'm low on gas. Told you to take that flight. Thanks, Dad. Oh, Holly, it's gonna be late when you reach back. Oh my God. Hope you're feeling all right. I thought I saw something in the rear view. There's a gas station. Oh shit, is it on the other side? I can't really see. I love this guy walking in slow motion. Why are you walking so slow, bro? Ma'am? Can I get $10 on pump 2? Oh no, did it fucking crash or something? Oh, there. Oh, okay. I didn't see the 3 yellow dots there. Jesus. You heading to the bridge by yourself? The bridge? The Norwood Valley Road, I mean. Not a lot of people head down there this time of year. Be careful. What do you mean? For about a century now, many people have been going missing down there. And people who went looking for them never returned. Locals say the Norwood Valley monster had torn them up and hung them upside down on trees. Can I use the toilet? It's not cleaned. I guess I'll buy a soda. Oh, consuming these increases your sprint speed. Oh my god, so there's survival horror to this now? Meat snack. Nuts chocolate. Refreshing soda, bubbles drink, carrot drink, orange drink, milk chocolate, grapefruit drink. Jeez, why do they have so many of these? Fuck's sake. What is the point? Ollie, Mom. Okay. And one more thing. If you see a woman in white or blue gown trying to get a ride, do not stop. Just step on the gas as hard as you can. Who is she? Some people say that she died in a car accident there on prom night. Some say that she seeks vengeance after she was murdered there. Regardless, she's out for blood. Whatever you do, never, ever, under any circumstances, pick up a hitchhiker. Those people out there on the road putting their thumbs out, they ain't what you think, ma'am. They just ain't. I don't know if you find any shop at this hour, but we're out of dog food. Could you get something from Milo? I'll pay you back. God damn it. Nope. I don't want that. I want dog food from Milo. Ah, there we go. Pat, pat. $5 for a big old bag of dog food? This must be shit or cheap. Oh, well, I can't go through there. There was someone at our car? Yeah, there was people walking by the whole time. Okay. Yeah, I'll put it in the trunk. Last time I just clicked on it with the bag in my hand. The lasagna. I hope that's good enough. I do not know how to pump the gas. They are not very helpful with this. Oh, pump 2, I said. Okay, so that's pump 2. It is labeled. Wow, the turn radius on this thing is fucking bad. Yeah, I don't know how many holdouts there are left, but there have been, I've driven through states where it's illegal to pump your own gas. No idea. I filled the tank and I was off to road again. Yeah, New Jersey is one of them. Oregon was one of them. Yeah, I know in Oregon they wouldn't let you pump your own gas, which was very weird. Being on the road, you do realize a thing. Monsters truly do exist. Really? And every single one of them looks just like you and me. It's not expired or anything, right? Oh, surprising there was dog food at the gas station if you don't need to pay me for it. It's not expired or anything, right? I really wish people would stop texting me while I'm driving. I didn't turn the lights off. That just happened. Okay, bud. I'm just gonna pass you if that's cool. I'm just gonna pass you? No, I'm not gonna pass you. Never mind. Oh, he just sped up. Good. That's what I wanted anyways. And where are my lights? There they are. Wouldn't this be great if it was a real 12-hour drive? I wish they would make a game like that, where it's an actual, like, it takes as long as it takes to get from one place to another. I wonder if there is a game like that and someone's waiting for their 100th month for me to play it. Oh, the bridge. No, I'm making an inside joke. There's someone who, every time they resub, they're going, 55 months until Zeke drives the desert bus. Yes, I did beat Dimhaven. Not without help. There was I told Katie last night, and I don't know if you would say, like, it was 80% me and 20% help from chat. One of the puzzles I did 100%. I just looked up the answer, or someone gave me the answer because it was a logic gate puzzle and I didn't want to, I couldn't be arsed to do it. Now they're gonna make me stop. It's almost as if someone had deliberately put those there. They were heavy. Holy shit, am I moving these with my mind? Oh, I'm dragging them. I see. Oh. Did my car get just filthier? The car won't start back up. Yeah, I'm gonna stare at it like I know what I'm doing. Just like that, I was stranded in the middle of nowhere, no phone service. I'm not saying I was starting to believe whatever the bullcrap the gas station clerk pulled. I'm not saying that. But I'd be lying if I said I didn't feel the slightest of any unease. I don't mean to make this sound like a cliche horror story, but throughout my life, I was told not to take rides from strangers. But at the moment, I had no choice. I was scared to think how long it would take for someone to pass. (10:23 p.m.) Yes, this is the second one, Prince. I saw a car nearing. Hey! Oh my god, it's a ghost car! Ghost car! Pure evil. I didn't understand how somebody could leave another human being stranded like that.
Shh, little butt crack. Be quiet. This is a ninja mission.
10:43 p.m. Oh, there we go. Hey! Hey, a little help here. Hey! Hey! Hey, a little help! Oh, you piece of shit! I got dog food! You need some dog food? Oh, they stopped. Look at them, they stopped. Let's go. You're the girl from the gas station. Thank you so much for stopping. What are you trying to do out here? I think my car just broke down. I can't call for help, there's no phone service. You think you can get a ride? Where are you heading to? Oh, just the nearest stop where I can call for help. Hop in, thanks so much. You could wait. Could you wait until I get my stuff? Hurry up, just throw it in the back. I won't be here for too long. Ass, grass, or cash, no one rides for free. I gotta get the important stuff, you know, dog food. I don't know if I can actually grab anything else. Oh, I can, look at that. There we go. Okay. I think that's good, probably, right? Or should I grab the rest of my stuff? You know, this will go a lot faster if you help, bro. Or, yeah, or reverse a little bit. Oh my God, I can take 2 things at a time. There you go. All right, I'm not gonna close the tailgate, I guess. Or am I? Am I? No! Keep grabbing stuff. Close the tailgate. Oh, there we go. Talk to him. Hurry up, I need to get moving now. Oh my God, can you help me get my stuff? Son of a bitch! Finally, now hop in, be quick. He's not gonna help if you don't ask, dude. Maybe we could go a little faster. I mean, I know it's a dark night, but like, we can go more than 15. So, you won't tell me who you are, where you're going? I was driving home, and that piece of crap car broke down on me. Jason. Jason! Jason! Oh shit, Byronic, I missed your 100 bits. Hold on, let me play it again. Thank you for your money, though. I do appreciate your money. Thank you, Byronic. What? My name's Jason. Oh, I'm Holly. You're really lucky I had to be on this side of the town tonight. I must say, you are one brave young woman. How's that? You got any clue what happened to your car back there? It's an old car. It's not the battery because the lights are on. That's it? I think so. That's my first thought was we are the dead girl and we're the hitchhiker that everybody's talking about. We killed this guy. So what do you think about what he told you back at the gas station? It really creeped me out. Interesting. Idiot tells that to every person traveling down here. So is it true? What, the monster? Let's see. I've never seen the monster for myself, but there are some things, and I'm afraid your car breaking down could have been one of them. Hey, listen, I don't want to sound like that moron, but just remember this. You don't bother them, and you don't be bothered. There's some, like, conversational shit going on in the background. Really hard to hear, but... You know, I'm sorry for being a jerk to you before. I'm not the best with people. You're fine. We're going 7 miles per hour, though. Can we maybe speed it up? $12:08 a.m. After a little bit of small talk, he dropped me by a motel. Apparently, they offered roadside assistance. Zeke, I have a video where I stuff half a pound of Pop Rocks into my foreskin before dipping my junk into a bucket of Canada Dry. I'm just out of ER and finally have good Wi-Fi. Anyway, I digress. Do I send it to your personal email or your business? Send it to co@loaded.gg. That's my personal email. I know it's confusing. Besides, I thought I could use a little rest. Be careful, there are all kinds of people out there, he said ominously before leaving. And remember,
This is Co-Carnage. Make sure to wishlist Emberville. Woo!
not approved for occupancy. That's great. I'm gonna get some orange drink. Why does it take so goddamn long? I need more. Give me some 20-cent chocolate? Let's buy that. Sure, you bet. It's only 20 cents. Well, that didn't help very much. If at all. The man was putting out the creepiest vibes imaginable. Gal need a room to shack up for the night? How much is it for a room? $40 for single. Pay cash only. I have not seen a Buc-ee's yet, no. Room number 9 right over there. $90, Tommy will take care of it next thing in the morning. Okay. Sure, I'll pay you. Good, I'll let Tommy know. And one last thing. Try not to wake the other guests. They might not take very nicely to it. Room 9. That's me. Right over there. Room number 9 it is. Okay. Sorry. He caught me trying to peep. Oh, I run faster on asphalt than I do on wood for some fucking reason. Dad, I might have to stay at a motel.
Hey, I've passed 101 of subscribing. Now on to more complex topics.
Okay. Thank you, Hundy, for the 101, baby. Yeah, see how much faster? Oh, and I also move way faster strafing. It's one of those games that if I press... Okay, this is normal speed. This is sprint speed. And this is strafing speed. Press forward and a direction, left or right, and you go the fastest you can go. Because I am the worst player and a giant idiot. Thank you, Spencer. Except there was a smell, a type of musky smell you get from old houses. And there's no fucking mattress. Oh my god, it's Mighty Mouse. Oh, it is Superman. Okay. Holy fucking ball shits! What are you doing here? You scared the crap out of me. Who are you? I'm Tommy, room service. Here at Roadway Inn, the finest stopover in Norwood. What were you doing in there? You know, cleaning stuff. Guy at the front desk gave me this room. I'm gonna have to ask you to step outside while I make the room. I'll just get my stuff. Please wait outside, I said. Go get your stuff. Okay. Had a word with Joe about the situation. What's wrong with these people? Mercy, mercy, mercy. But don't you worry, it's safe here. I go get your car. And also, the room's phone is not working. If need anything, just ask the front desk. We've been trying to get it fixed, but we haven't been seeing enough guests lately. But you have a good night. Yo, Vincent giving a sub to Unsub 101 and Grinbringer. Hell yeah. And Spencer, thank you for the bits. Only had 2 hands. I don't know if I have to bring all of my stuff, but I'm gonna. There. Oh, maybe I should throw it away from the window because I'll probably need to look out the window. There. Okay. Now.
Lois, what are you doing here?
Oh, just getting the woman's angle on this story.
Yeah. Go to bed. Or you fucking prick. Don't look in my window. Call it foresight, but there was something very off about that place. Call it foreskin, but there was something very off about this place. Feeling tiredness was overcome by anxiety. A hot cup of coffee could help, I thought to myself. Like from the lobby? Okay. Gitaru Man for your 100th month. Okay. Old PS2 game that was released on PSN for PS5. Okay. You got it. Am I just being a dipshit and there's fucking coffee in the room? Okay, he said go get a get a cup of coffee. Where the fuck does one give a cup of coffee? I usually have coffee in the lobby. Yes, I want to know, Mr. Echoes. Mr. Ectos, excuse me. Yeah, I don't want to wander around like a dipshit. There's a machine. Oh, there is a machine outside somewhere that I missed. Oh, there we go. Okay. I'll buy some espresso. Oh, they swapped the controls. Oh, you dickholes. Yep, they swapped the controls. Now forward is backward and so on and so forth. Fuck's sake.
That's too big.
I got roofied by the
The
espresso.
bed is too big.
Well, that's not gonna help. Yep. Left is right, right is left. Spencer, thank you for the bits, and Jessica Keaton, thank you for the 54 months. (3:18 a.m.) I was sedated. There's someone in my fucking closet. Mother of fucking shitballs. Oh, annoy the gas station clerk. Spot a bear. There's a bear? I... Oh, there we go. Auto saved. Ha ha. Thank you. Okay. Okay. The car section was sort of painful, but it's also it sets up the ambiance, and I don't mind going through it once, but going through it again would have been a fucking bitch. Oh, didn't want it. Okay. It was nice and warm inside. Okay. Now here it is. Jump scare number 1. Yep. Should be asking you. What are you doing in here? I'll just get my stuff. Sorry, this is the fastest way to move. That's why I'm looking. That's why I'm moving like this. Over your history, today, July 2nd, when the Continental Congress voted to declare independence from England, John Adams always considered July 2nd to be the date to be celebrated for American independence. This is a little tedious, this part. I wish the autosave was, whoa, after this part. Okay. Call it foresight. There's something very off about this place. You think? It's a woman's intuition. You wouldn't get it. Okay, let's get some coffee. All right. Okay. Time to trip balls, everyone. How the Fierce Fathom treating you? Not bad, Blood Thunder. I mean, they're not super great, but they're definitely like, they definitely got a creepy vibe to them for sure. Okay, so we know there's someone in the closet. Pete, 6 Pete Hunters gifted a sub to Blood Thunder. I was sedated. Oh, by the way, you got any runs up for GDQ? If I'm thinking you're the same person I think you are, Clark. Ooh, I do. OG System Shock 2 and Mouse PI for Hire. Fuck yeah, dude. That's awesome to hear. I'll be watching. Hell yeah. Good luck. Have fun. All right, now this is serious time, guys. Serious time. So we know someone's in the closet. Do I leave? I don't feel, oh, didn't feel safe going out. No, don't get back in bed. Oh, let's check Dad's message. Oh, I'm still fucked up. I can't check it. Oh, that's right. We get a, don't we get a phone call? Well, I don't want to do this fucking part over again. I just want to get past this part without dying. I thought... Oh, there is someone at my door. Who is it? Joe from the front desk. Open the door. Fuck. If I open the door, is it game over? Because I don't want to game over and do this again. If you know, someone tell me. Zeke, can you and I do a face-off, but not adjust them to our skulls so I have really baggy Zeke face and you have really tight Scott face? Open it? Okay. What? Didn't I specifically tell you not to wake anyone up? I have complaints. What are you making all those goofy noises for? Whatever it is, just keep it down, miss. Is that... Why are your eyes all red? Mention the coffee machine. Are you messing with me? We don't have no coffee machine here. It's right over there. Okay, here. I've had enough of you crazy goons here. For once I thought we had sober guests, but I guess I'm the crazy one here. Follow me. I hate my job. No, I've not looked at SED schedule. I don't really look. But Snowboard Kids is on there. Bless your heart. Joe, it was right here. Joe, it was right here. Where is it now? I said go back now. What? Did you not hear me? I said go back to the room and don't get out. Check the table by the TV. There should be some medication in your room that should offer you some relief. Check the table by the TV. Okay. What the fuck? July 5th. SGDQ starts July 5th, as far as I know. Oh, requires water. Okay. And this is a true story, man. You deserve to get murdered. You're taking motel drugs from fucking some rando telling you to do it. Is it bedtime now? There we go. Hope you're feeling all right. I'll be all right, Dad. Oh. Okay. Goddamn spam callers. Are you? Are you fucking kidding me? Oh shit, there it is right there.
Hello. Hello.
Oh my god, that is creepy.
Hello.
Oh, you stop that shit right now. Oh, I hate it so much. Who is it? Please open the door. I need help. What do you want? I need your help. Please open the door. Man, fuck no. Hello? Did you wish this Emberville yet? Fucking open the door, you kidding? I know you're in there. Oh, so there's a dude outside and a dude in the closet. I'm just gonna lay in bed. Yep, this seems like a good idea. Please leave. I just need to talk to you. I swear I'm not a cop. Please go away or I'm calling the cops. Pretty lady, come on. Jesus. Oh my god, what do I do? What do I do? How do I hide? In the closet? Where the bad guy was? How the fuck was I supposed to know that? Where did it autosave? It better have autosaved at a good spot. Fuck you, dude. Oh, let me pick up my shit first so I can do this. Come on, man. Oh my god, I said leave. Thank you. Oh, magic consume button. Oh, thank you. Yes, let's do that. I definitely want more speed to get through this bullshit. Woo! Shit, yeah, let's go. God bless the speedrunners. Now you, fuck out of here. So that doesn't work, but it works here. It only works on asphalt, which I think is fucking hilarious. Wow, that sped it up a bunch. That's my running time, so I just, in my time slot, then go back to start with my fan and run it again with them. Second time slot is more casual. What? Oh, you're talking about something else. Yeah, I see you, fucking creepo. Okay. Get up. Oh, can I have can I speed tech this too so I stay up all day? So I stay up all year? Oh, my fucking cola doesn't last through the coffee. Fuck. This is like some Hotline Miami music. All right, if we get caught this time, then we'll just move on to the next game. I would love to see the end of this. I just hate that it takes so long. I didn't need it. There he goes. Now he's coming to the door. Yep. Hi, bud. Yep. See, my daughter just stopped in and was like, oh, wow, he's playing this. Cool. So you're popular 14-year-old girls. It's like your 35th birthday all over again. Don't say that. That is not true at all. Oh, go back to the room. I swear to God, it was right here. So I go back now. Okay. Okay, so the closet is now open. He's gone then. So once dude comes and starts bashing on the door, we hide in the closet. I mean, do we wait for this guy to come to the door? Is that all we're doing? Yep, there it is. Took a picture. Yep, and I hear him whispering.
Hello?
See? Fucking creep. What do you want? No. I know you're in there. Oh, I have to tell him. Please leave. Yeah. Thank you for your money, though. I do appreciate your money.
You're a cunt.
To this day, I find it really weird that the manager inferred not to get police involved, preferred, as it would have affected the motel's reputation, let go of the situation. I believe the town could have been home to a cult or drug ring, possibly something even worse. Tommy arrived with the car after what felt like a year. I never went on long road trips again. I would always take airplanes. Okay. I mean, honestly, that seems like something that could have absolutely happened. Men are terrible. All right, I'll let you guys enjoy this little musical interlude while I go take a pee. Okie dokie. God damn, you guys missed it. Like, as soon as I got up to go to the bathroom, I tripped on my green screen. The dog started howling like because the sound they don't recognize. So it was a fucking shit show in here. All right, so what did we get? We got the survivor. Yep, survived through the whole second episode. But what didn't we get? Annoy the gas station clerk, which, yeah. I didn't spot a bear. And what is the hidden achievement? Shoplift an item. Oh, okay. All right, time for episode 3, Carson House. Okay. There we go. Carson House. Okay. Perfect. All right, yeah, we are tearing through these ones. I don't know why, but my snooze button has been broken on these ads. It's been broken for like 3 weeks. I've been 0 out of 3 snooze for like 3 weeks, and I don't know why. I can't snooze ads right now, and I... Okay, what are my options? No, okay. Episodes, Carson House. Here's to Fathom, episode 3, Carson House. Better just turn off ads altogether. I would, Fo, but they pay me way too much. My name is Noah. I'm a 28-year-old male from the Midwest. No, they actually suggest that I do 5 minutes every 30 to get the most out of, or no. 5 minutes every hour. So 2.5 minutes, whereas I only do a minute and a half to get the most money out of the ads and blah, blah, blah. I have no idea why I'm sending this, but I hope my story can be a lesson. This happened to me when I was 18, but I remember this incident like yesterday as the trauma dictated a major part of my life. For a little background, my dad was a realtor and almost always became friends with his clients. One day he came home and pitched me a small job offer for the weekend. One of his old clients was going away for a few days and needed somebody he could trust to watch over his house. The man worked as a COO at a local media company. Dad told me the man would pay me $100 just to watch the house and do some basic chores. I accepted the offer as I had nothing interesting going for the weekend. Besides, I thought I could use the time to get my schoolwork done. Plus, I wasn't picky where my pocket money came from. My dad drove me to the house. The Adventures of Abraham Lincoln. Oh, there we go. Give me a fizzy. Or not. Fuck you. Super Void? No? Okay. You know, this laundromat only looks familiar from one game, and I think it was Laundromat Simulator or something. Not a lot of games have laundromats, or take place in a laundromat, that I've played at least. Okay, so we're liminal space now? Oh. I keep doing it, but they stop me. They have collision. Bleach? Excuse me? Where did you put it? Who are you? Where is bleach? I need bleach. What even is this place? Who are you? I said I need bleach. Noah? Oh, me? Noah? Noah? Nap time's over. We're here. We're here. You said you could do this. Wake up now. Wake up, Noah. Noah, wake up. Oh, okay. All right. Auto snooze ads. Oh, automatically snooze ads during high engagement moments. Okay. Okay. There we go. Thank you. Did not know that was a thing. Okay. You still think you can do this? I got this, Dad. Roy called and said the keys should be under the fake rock. Got it. He said it's in the backyard. And like I said, keep the doors locked and don't open the door for anyone. I heard you the first time, Dad. Okay, now get your ass to work. I hope you know I'm only in it for the snacks. Do you need anything else? Not really. All right, then. What are you waiting for? Scram. What is it now? Okay. Oh, backyard, right. Under a rock in the backyard. Good dog, good home. Oh, good boy. Boy, his name is Boy. Good. He did say under a rock in the backyard, right? Vincent giving a sub to, oh, Pete. Oh. He said, use a rock on the door. Fuck me. I got a little wet. That's what she said. Oh, fake rock was by the old doghouse. Okay. Oh, there it is. Okay. Do not disturb for any reason. I had to pee. It was all right, Matt. It was pretty good. It got better. Oh my God, it's the horror house. Time to spaghetti. Rail's too lazy to model the garage. Oh my God. The fucking dev. They're calling out the dev. Rail was too lazy to model the garage. Where's, oh, come on, show me the 3 meatball spaghetti. Oh, where is it? Is it in the fridge? Oh no. Bio juice? Ooh. Ooh, I don't want no bio juice. Basement was a little too dark. Yeah, that's not okay. Is this a little boy's room? There we go. Nice bathroom. Spacious. Gee, oh, come on. I can't even move. I spilled. Fucking never ask me to house sit again. Oh, wait, hold on. The school is full of assholes. I know, right? But I don't think you're an asshole. I don't think you are either. Let me call you in a bit. Pick up. I really wish you'd come tonight. Me too. Things you do to keep your old man happy. Oh, thanks for taking the job, kid. I really appreciate you doing this. Sorry I had to leave early. Mr. Carson? My bad. It's Roy. We got this contact from Walter. Work is really getting the best of me here. Oh, no problem, Mr. Carson. My pleasure. Really, he's my dad. All right, let me finish this. I bet my Wookiee. Me too. Things you do to keep your old man happy. God fucking damn it! What? I wouldn't have asked for anyone if it wasn't for Zeke. Zeke? Boy's been a little sick lately. Oh, I'll take care of him and the house now. Oh, the dog's name is Zeke? Now that I'm here, you have nothing to worry about, Miss Carson. You're a lifesaver, kid. Speaking of him, I wanted to remind you it's his dinner time. Could you get him his dog food from the basement? Right on it. Damn, dude. That's hilarious. I'm named after the dog? If your dad doesn't think you're a good kid, I don't even want to know what mine thinks about me, Raffle. I just think I really disappointed him with Kara. Not again, no. You have to stop beating yourself up about it. Wait, did that bitch call you again? I just can't help but feeling so stupid. It wasn't your fault, period. Anyways, you've got some making up to do here. The Grudge next weekend, wink wink. 100% wink wink. This little baby. I'm honestly jealous of Ava Ruffle. I know, right? I had the weirdest dream. Just had this weirdest dream ever. Okay. All right, so. That's funny that the dog's name is Zeke. That just fucking pulled me right out of it. Grab the flashlight from the storage room upstairs. Okay. Nope. That's not the storage room. That's not the storage room. There we go. Maybe. Had this weird smell of wet clothes in Mr. Carson's bedroom. Dude, what the fuck? The fucking light. Turn on the light! Is this it? This Carpenter's office looks like a good spot. I could sit down and do work. Yeah, but I need the fucking... I need the flashlight. Where's the fucking flashlight? From the storage room upstairs. This looks like the storage room. Oh, there it is. Fuck's sake, man. You need the flashlight to find the flashlight. fuck me. Gotta open the can, of course. There. Wow, old-timey one, too. Jeez. Oh. I've seen those a lot in cartoons and video games, but I've never used one of those old-ass can openers. There you go, buddy. Yeah. That delicious? Mmm, yummies. I have, they suck, yeah. Hey kid, heard from Walter you're a computer whiz, huh? Fader asked. My computer's been acting weird lately and my whole security system is tied to it. Oh, you got a whole security system set up here? Not this one? The one in your office? Okay. Yeah, I understand. I'll take a look at your computer. Oh. Ale Carson 5387. Meow meow. Protect your computer as if it were your own. Your children catch colds, computer catch viruses. Get full protection. Guide to being a better person. In this video, we'll be covering how to talk like a better person. Feel free to take a break whenever needed. Step 1, don't be rude. Like this guy, being rude will discourage people. Will discourage people from talking to you. Step 2. Sorry, it appears that something is wrong with the broadcast. In the meantime, enjoy some happy images. Oh, I changed to being an asshole? I missed it. Okay. Step 2, remain calm in any conversation.
Hello there.
Now, even though what he said was controversial, did you stay calm? The secret of being calm is not to let your feeling interfere with the conversation. Being calm makes you a better person. That's all we have for today. Test 1 unknown file type. Okay. Is it telling me to get, like... Okay. Malware protection, threat defense, benefits that make a difference. Okay. I guess it's leading me this way, so we better just go this way. Yeah, there was a series of words. I saw that leech line, but I couldn't read them either. They weren't on the screen for long enough. Ah, Trojan horses. Remove them. All threats removed. Okay. Oh, it's Yugoslavia. Okay. We're gonna see how stupid I really am. Let's go with Sri Lanka. Nope, Lesotho. Never heard of it. That's Spain. I know that one. That one is Mongolia. No, Chad. Yeah, Chad. Okay. That one is. Damn it! I knew it was Liberia or Micronesia, but I fucked that one up. All right, that one's United Kingdom. That one is fucking Maldives. Nope, Georgia. Damn it. That is for sure Algeria. Nope, it's Samoa. That one is Thailand? Thailand, yeah, I got that one right. Seychelles. Nope. Romania. Yeah, I was right on that one, okay. That is for sure Guinea. Nope, it's the Dominican Republic. Spain again. Because I think that's Kuwait. Oh, we already had this one. Fuck. Was it? No, it was Thailand. Shit, it was Thailand. God damn it. I'm gonna. God damn it, Panama. Okay. Gabon. That one is Oman. Nope, Tunisia. That one's Ireland. I know that one. This one is Austria? Okay. Believe? It is Believe. All right, I'm done. Okay. Egg.exe. Program can't start because it's missing from your computer. Try reinstalling the program to fix this problem. Oh. Oh, fucking. Are we really doing observation duty? Holy fuck, there's a lot of cameras, man. A lot of cameras. Lot of cameras. Jeez, Ezo. I think we're good now, right? We fixed his computer. Everything all good? Oh, what was it about? Weird. Reminds me of cooking with Jeffrey on Channel 10 last night. By the way, rerun might be on. You got a place to be. Yeah, hold on. Oh, okay. It's done. It was just some Trojan. I'd recommend you only download software from Trojan's website. Tell that to my kid, but thanks. I'll drop a nice tip when we get back. Okay. I did have schoolwork to do, but wasn't feeling it at the time. All right, so it's TV time with my friend.
Hello. Welcome to Cooking with Jeffrey. I'm Jeffrey, and today we are cooking cat food. I love me cat food. It's my
Cat food?
dish. It's super enjoyable and healthy.
My favorite dish.
Look delicious. But we can't eat this. It's raw. So first, we are going to gently pour the cat food onto this conveniently placed pan on a stove.
Mmm, fried cat food. I've eaten that. Thanks, Scott.
Like a baby suckling upon a mother's bosom. Oh, lucky baby. Okay, now while that's cooking,
Jeffrey really just be Jeffrey sometimes.
I will be preparing what's known as a piece of cardboard dipped in milk. We will need a piece of cardboard, a glass, and some milk. To start, we poured the milk into the glass. Next, we dipped the cardboard into the milk.
Also, I think you should get the groceries before it gets too dark outside. There's some cash in my nightstand.
That just look nice. Okay, now that the cat food is finished cooking, we can finally serve it. This looks amazing. Time to eat!
Okay.
Hello, I'm the hand merchant. Buy some hands. Don't have hands? I'll give you hands.
I'll give you
Got
hands.
Too many hands to handle?
Sorry, everything I gotta run. Dude's on my ass right now. Wants me to get groceries in the middle of the night.
Best hands. Only the highest quality hands for you. Got too many fingers? I'll take them. Not enough fingers? I'll give you more fingers. People love hands. They're great. I got so much hands. Amazing hands.
I got so much hands.
Good quality hands. Come on down today to buy some hands. I have nice hands. Hello, I'm the hand.
Okay. Right. In his nightstand, which is in his bedroom. There we go. Pretty sure we'll get something for yourself as well. It's on the house. Thank you. Alex's bike, it's outside the garage, okay. Am I really going shopping? Like, do I have to pick out all of these items? Oh my god, it looks like it. There are other reasons I could have died that night. (9:22 p.m.) Oh, just drive anywhere on the road? Okay. Oh, sorry. Nooks! Ranch strawberry jelly, cocoa spread. Ranch. Oh. I guess that's strawberry jelly. Choco spread for Alec, milk and eggs. Milk. Eggs. Oh, there we go. Eggs. Garden peas and honey. Oh, and speak of the devil, Turner and Andy. Bro, your girl was here. She just left. Eve? What was her name? Kara or something? Dude, I said they're not dating anymore. Oh yeah, he hopped to that other chick so quick I didn't even realize. Don't listen to him, but dude, she bought tons and tons of cans. I think she's throwing like a party or something. You know anything about it? Bro, she looks way older without the makeup. MILF energy, bro. Ew, I think she's more of like a goth. Goth MILF energy. Are you guys done? Anyways, dude, what are you up to tonight? House sitting for this guy, Carson. You mean it, Alex? He gets to school, goes to school with my sister. Her kid's a real weirdo, especially since his parents split up. Well, you guys have fun. All right, dude. See you at school. See you around, Andy. There's some garden peas. Back in high school, Turner was a class clown. He was also very popular for his douchebag pranks he pull on other kids. Low key, I didn't like the guy. I didn't hate him either. Honey. We just never shared the vibe. Where's the little honey bear honeys, guys? Did I look at it already? I mean, I don't know where honey is normally in the store. That's curry sauce. You think you'd be by the peanut butter, right? Oh, there it is, honey. There we go. Whoa. Hey, son, do you work here? Oh, I'm just shopping. Okay, son. What is it? My son likes mustard. I came here looking for it, but I can't find it for the life of me. Do you know where it is? Hold on, let me get it for you. Oh, how nice of you. I'll be right over here. Oh. There we go. I'll be right over where? There you are. Is that mustard in your basket? Could you get me one too? Oh. Wait, did I need one? I didn't need one. Oh, lady walked right through it. Okay. How do I fucking put my basket down? Yeah, I'm just throwing shit out of my basket now. All right, hold on. Let me grab all my shit here. We got honey. We need rice, ketchup, rice and ketchup. That's it. We're almost done. Uncle Tony's rice and ketchup. Okay. Oh my fucking God. Mustard was left out to rot. I would presume it's boxed rice as well, but it wouldn't be in the fridge, right? Rice. There we go, Uncle Tony. There it is. Okay. So we got everything now. Can I build this for you? Yes, please. Thanks for shopping. At Nux, you have a good one. I fucking, what the fuck? I can't drop this. So I can't give the lady her mustard. Yep, help old lady in the store. That's all it is. That's an achievement. Fuck that old lady. Sorry, old lady. Yeah, I can't pick up anything else. Well, fuck it. I'm done. I'm not gonna fucking go reload a save for her. She's not that nice. Yeah, it is weird that you gotta empty your fucking basket completely to pick up one. So you have a free hand. You can throw it at her all day. I had to pee again. I'm starting to feel a little hungry around that time. Still a lot of schoolwork to catch up on. Did they put me, like, did they start me right next to the house? But this is it. This is that one right there. Right? This looks right. I hope this is right. Oh my God, that's exactly from observation duty. That picture is definitely an observation duty. I kept the groceries in the kitchen. Thought I'd get some schoolwork done. There you go. Yeah, upstairs. Oh, where's my flashlight? That's gone now. Oh, fuck. It would be a nightmare trying to sell this house. 18 bedroom, 1 bath. That's the garage, right? It is a very nice bathroom, yeah. Actually, it has 2 baths. There we go. Now we're doing it. Oh, man. What do I drink? Fucking motor oil? Damn, Andy Reynolds, what are you doing? Dude, you said your Carson, right? You need to see this. Search up Roy Carson divorce on the internet right now. Okay. Co-founder of BN Media claims to be receiving death threats from angry fans of his ex-wife. Roy Carson, co-founder of BN Media, allegedly receiving death threats from angry fans from his ex-wife. It's not unusual for audience to be nosy about some of the celebrities' personal matters, but sometimes it's just too overbearing. We see something similar with the case of Roy Carson, the COO and co-founder of BN Media. After his very public breakup and divorce with his wife, former actress Alyssa Brown, Carson has allegedly been receiving death threats from the fans of Alyssa Brown for the rumored infidelity that underwent within the said relationship. Wow, they fucking doxed him. Sources say Roy Carson has had people knocking on his door to confront him. Alyssa hasn't been very vocal about the situation yet, but Hunter News is actively trying to reach out to her. So you, the reader, stay updated about the situation. Oops. What up, River Hatfield? Welcome to the channel. Okay. What am I playing? Well, you can read the title or read the description of the stream or anything like that. But I can tell you it's called Fears to Fathom Carson House. You're too lazy to do that. Who is it? Your delivery for your 1 medium size from Pizza Depot, sir. Must be the wrong address. That's correct. It's ordered by the name of Roy Carson? Nah. Go away. Go away. Well, River, I was just fucking with you, but if that's too much for you, I guess maybe this isn't the right place for you. Well, I guess we'll... Oh, you have to get off. Okay. I feel that way sometimes too. I have to get off. Not right now, not me personally, but sometimes I have to get off. Please open the door, sir. Fuck, fine, what? Okay. Here. Hey, this is probably a very strange request, but do you think I can wait inside until the rain's over? It's probably not very safe to be out here right now, and I forgot my raincoat at the shop. No. Oh, I understand. Well, you have a good day. You have a good pizza, bitch. Fuck you. I'm not eating that thing. You kidding me? Death threats, probably poison. Yeah, see, he got in his car and drove away like you do. All right, maybe I will take the pizza. Be ashamed to waste it. I thought I could watch some TV while eating. Oh, really? Okay. This is a bad plan. Pizza was nice and hot despite the rain. Look out for some pizzas. It should arrive any minute now. Enjoy. Oh, hey, there we go. That's it. I'm getting pizza tonight.
Jack. Are you doing your work?
Hope everything's okay.
You'll have to spend the night in the dungeon if you don't. If you tell me what the radius of 2 squared is, I'll think about sparing you.
My name is Jack Bardax. I have been held hostage by Mr. Holland for 37 days. He makes me solve math work until my head hurts. I can't escape it.
Hold on, I'm gonna eat the whole pizza. 1 second. One more slice. There we go, we got it. What is it? Yeah. Was that the... You know what? I gotta turn on the TV. I wonder if that was the TV or the fucking actual door. Oh, that's right. Use the camera. Doy. No, you, camera. Oh. Left a bouquet of flowers and then went around back. Okay. Have you played the Observatory game lately? No, they haven't come out with a new one. We played all the way through hard mode on the newest one, but anytime there's a new one, we'll definitely be playing it because I love those games. Love playing them with you guys. I didn't know what to make of it. I'll put him on the couch, I guess. Well, close to the couch. There we go. Ow! Oh, I didn't want to catch cold. Probably a good idea. Now, can we move it along, please? What the fuck are we doing here? Is it homework time, finally? Maybe? Oh, there we go. How are you? What did you have for dinner? I assumed it was a wrong number. It was strange, but I dismissed it, thought it was a weird coincidence and moved on. Engrossment. I am engrossed. Oh, fuck, I fell asleep doing homework. When I was in the middle of my schoolwork, the power went off. Are you by yourself? Why do you keep ignoring me? Why are you always so mean to me? You're being very immature right now. Fine, if you are going to be like that. I don't know. Todd is so much hotter anyways. Who are you? Well, I bet you can figure that out. In that moment, I was certain it had to be another prank by Turner. Well, I can't see anything out there. Where's my fucking flashlight? Mr. Carson apparently a power backup for a security system. Oh, okay. Oh, fucking hell, dude. Really? I gotta do it again? Ugh. What was it? There it is. Ale Carson 5387.
Zeeklav Zeekfist.
Did you see anybody? Yeah, it looks like the dog is gone. Well, I didn't see shit. Easy Kyle A with the 47 months, thank you. Dude, shut up. Oh, just before the night vision went on? Dude, fuck off. Fucking beeping, dude. Is this a bad time to mention my Prime sub is available to use it, but I'm already subbed to you, so I can't use it? I wonder if others have checked their Prime subs. It's never a bad time to check your Prime sub. I mean, do they expect you to be able to see? Like, cause I just fucking blindly went out. It's suddenly very cold outside. Hi. Zeke was acting very weird. That is decidedly not how you do that. That is for professional use only. The fuse box inside is for you. I could tell that someone had cut the power off from the outside. Oh, could you? You're spending yours on GDQ? Yeah, that's one of the running subscriptions that I've never dropped. You said we'd stay friends. Turn this not funny, I know it's you. I had to get back to my schoolwork for Monday. Okay. Let's get engrossed. Vincent giving a sub to Dog Ate My Homework. I had a strange feeling about the situation. Might sound stupid, but I didn't want to overthink things. Oh, shit, it's trash. Oh, fuck, I didn't even notice. Yeah. I was like, the door's open. But not only is the door open, but the studio was tossed, as it were. Okay. That dog is fucking snoring super loud. Ugh. What the fuck do I even, like, I just want to progress. I mean, it'd be a great time for a jump scare. Yeah, there was a note on there. It's always been there. It says, "Don't disturb for any reason." It was there when we started house sitting. Oh. Holy shit, fucks! Loki made me very uncomfortable knowing he was in the house. I had to confront him. Okay. Power back. What happened? I turned the power back on. Well, at least there's more checkpoints in this. Oh, I heard a knife being pulled out. And then I heard something. Yep, there we go. Now we're back to where we were because all I had to do was redo my homework. Oh, maybe I should look at the cameras instead of going down there. I could swear in my life I didn't turn that oven on. Oh, someone walking around outside. There we go. I wish we would just keep the night sight on from camera to camera. It's a pain in the ass having to turn it on every time. Okay. So, I probably have to escape when I turn off the oven. Where do you think I should go? Texas. Escape to text Andy. Can you send me Turner's contact? Ask him to quit messing. He's messing with what? He's been snooping around the house. This is not cool. Question mark? Just fucking do it. Dude, he's at my place right now. Attribute all this to my lack of sleep. We're gonna go to the movies with Brady, but then started pouring, so he's stuck with the sleepover. No logical thing. I keep an eye on the security monitor. Okay. Now I think about it, I should have called the cops, but I didn't, I guess. The idea never entered my head. Oh my God. Dude, wait, did you check out that article? It was Brady who told me about it. Oh, this is real sketchy. I can hear her breathing. There she is. I feel my heart skip a beat. He was right outside the door to the room I was in. Noah, are you in there? I really missed you. Whatever is happening between us, we can work it out. Don't play fucking dumb with me, Noah. I know you're in there. Open the door. We just need to talk. There's nothing to talk about. I guess I'll say it. I've always been nothing but nice to you. But you always treated me like shit. I know everything. I know you left me for her. This is exactly why. But I love you. What about that? You need to leave right now. We deserve a second chance. You know, I could turn you in the police for this. Do it and I will fucking kill both of you. If I can't have you, no one else should. Bitch, get out of here! Fuck! God damn it, dude. I left too soon? Yeah. Fuck. Okay, so she's right outside this door, which means I can go in here at some point, right? There you go. Turn on the oven, which makes a weird sound. And she walks by the window. There she goes. Okay. I had to confront him. Yep, I can only ask Andy. There we go. Now I gotta wait for this bullshit to happen. Uh-oh, he's at my place right now, dude. I have a tendency of being overly paranoid. I should have called the cops. There she is. Okay. I felt my heart skip a beat. I froze and kept staring at the screen in pure horror. Okay, if anybody wants to help me get through this part, feel free to do that, because I don't know how to get past her. Do I just go into the laundry room? Or do I wait until she's like outside the door? Because she comes down the hall and she goes in this door, or she knocks on the door. Go in the laundry now? Okay. Thank you for your money, though. I do appreciate your money. So I need to talk to her first. Okay. It's right outside the door of the room I was in. There it is. There we go.
dick.
Friends to know.
My
Are you in there? Really miss you. What do you want? I've always been nothing but nice to you. You need help, Kara. Exactly why. You need to leave right now. Dude, and I will fucking kill both of you.
Noah.
Fuck, dude. I couldn't. It was a visible wall. Invisible wall. So I gotta wait longer. Okay. I thought once she was in the room, I was supposed to make a break for it. That's what I thought. Oh, Noah will say it. Oh, fuck you. All right. Fine. Oh. They make me close the front door. All right. Jesmond with the 53 months. Thank you, Jesmond. Okay, so once I make a break for it, do I just go outside? Okay. Oh, wait. I need to fucking see this on the camera so I don't get killed right away. There we go. Okay. No, that was the groceries from earlier. Oh, Cicely, thank you for the 2,200 bits while I was hiding in the laundry room. Very nice of you to do that. I do appreciate it. I'm glad you like my money. Of course I do. There she is. Come on, bitch. Get to my door and start chatting at me.
I jack off into my mouth. I jack off into my mouth. I jack off into my mouth. I jack off into my mouth.
I guess we're gonna have to sit here and listen to how much I jack off into my own mouth for the next 5 minutes. Damn, dude. Ugh. Noah. Yeah, just keep coming. Come on. No, don't check that door. Vincent giving a sub to Jack Off in Your Mouth 2020. I don't know why the year is important, but there you go. He was right outside the room I was in. There we go.
Noah.
God damn it, you made me laugh, you fucking butthole! Son of a bitch, that was on you, Vincent! That was on you. 'Twas all the craze during COVID. God damn it! Fucking prick. You killed me because you said that's something funny. That sucks so much ass. No. Back out. No. Don't go here. There. Do the homework twice. Fuck. I just want to be done with this game, and Vincent fucked me up. One more time. Then look at the monitor. She turns on the oven. Go downstairs, turn off the oven, come back up here, and wait. And wait, and wait, and wait, and wait, and wait. Let her go by the window. There we go. Now, get out. Stand up. Nope. Back up. Stand up. There we go. Ben's giving a sub to Get Fucked, nerd. I'm gonna wait through all these text messages again. God damn it. There we go. No, Mia Khalifa is about, I think she's at 6 years, 5 years, somewhere in there. Not quite there yet. $58 months. So not quite 5 years. She'll be 5 years and 2 months. I like that you use the word oeuvre. We should do a watch party of her oeuvre. Would you stay 2 months with Co on an island without any tech to promote Volvo's new fenders? Have to make one 5-minute ad every day. You get 100K. 2 months for 100K? Fuck yeah, dude. There we go. That's the one I was waiting for. There she is. There she is. And now we wait until she fucking... No, Co doesn't even get out of bed for less than $10,000. Same. Honestly, same. God damn, dude. I left the house and ran down the block. My dad called the cops, but by the time they arrived, she already left the house. But I knew where she lived. Cara was one of the first people I met on a dating site. She was 3 years older than me, but I found her cute, so we started dating. However, 2 months into a relationship, she started doing hard drugs. I tried to get her help, but she turned it around on me as if I was trying to change her. One day I'd had enough and had to break up with her. I told her to leave and never contact me again. She was pissed. She was trying to convince one of the cops she didn't intend on doing anything wrong that night, but of course the cop wasn't buying it. They reviewed the footage and it showed everything, from the point of her entry to the moment she grabbed the kitchen knife. But the thing that messed with me the most was the fact that nothing was stolen from the house. Turns out she was heavily under the influence of drugs and alcohol at the time, and she was arrested and sentenced for a long while. Thanks, Gun. Appreciate that. One drug, please. Thanking Jacksepticeye, huh? They said don't think about dicks, and you had to. All right. That's 3 of them. Now we got Ironbark Lookout, whatever that one is. But before we do that, we got a Thursday tradition we do around here where we call my mama. There we go. Nope. Is it not zoomed in? It's not zoomed in, is it? It needs to be zoomed in one. Damn it. There we go. Okay. Now we call my mom and see what she's up to. It is my Thursday. There we go. Vincent, thank you for giving a sub to Bat Signal.
Hello, sweetheart.
Hi, Mom.
Hi, babe. How you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing good. Waiting for your phone call.
Yeah. I figured you might be.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Still trying to sell our house, Mom, and it's fuck, dude. Buying and selling homes is a fucking stressful time, isn't it?
Oh God, yeah.
Yeah. So we're trying to sell our house now, and then we go back right into the stress field of buying one as soon as we get the money from the other one. So that's
exactly.
great. Yeah. Super excited about that.
You had somebody interested though.
Hopefully.
Are they not?
Yeah, they are. We're in the what they call the objection phase, where they look at the house and they go, this is bad, this is bad, this is bad. Do something about it, fix it, or give us money or something.
Oh, okay.
That type of shit. So, yep, we're in that phase right now. We'll see if it goes through.
Good.
Yeah.
Good. I hope so.
I hope so too. I really do. Well, what have you been up to, Mom?
Nothing. Just doing my jigsaw puzzles. Steffi's having a barbecue on Saturday for 4th of July.
Fun.
So, that's about it.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. What about you?
I don't know. I'm gonna do some America themed games on Saturday, and then I don't know what we're doing as far as 4th of July stuff. We're not really super patriotic about the country and stuff, so it's not like we're celebrating America, especially nowadays.
Yeah.
But we'll figure something out. We might go over to a friend's house and have some hot dogs and burgers or something.
Oh, okay.
We'll see. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, we got some questions from the audience for you if you're ready.
You bet.
Okay. From Cosmic Blip, they ask, we all know you've probably been to Olive Garden tons of times, but Can Zeke guess what your typical order usually is? Oh, can I guess what my mom's order is? Oh yeah, absolutely. She gets
What is it?
You get chicken fettuccine Alfredo.
That's right.
That's goddamn right. She gets it every time.
Every single time.
Yep.
I
Breadsticks.
don't get anything else. That's all. I always get that.
You eat the breadsticks though, right? You like the breadsticks?
Oh yeah.
There you go. Oh yeah. Yep. It is. It's really good. Like Olive Garden gets a rap for being like it's a chain restaurant and all that kind of stuff, but man, it's still good food, dude. I love it.
Yeah. I think so. I think it's wonderful.
Now, as a follow-up, what do you think my typical order is?
Oh my goodness. I don't know. Spaghetti and meatballs? I don't know.
Nope, not spaghetti and meatballs. I wonder if chat could guess. Because Katie and I usually get, when we go, I wonder if chat can guess.
Oh.
Because I get, there it is. Yeah, call sign got it. The tour of Italy.
Oh, what is that?
You get like lasagna and chicken parm and I think fettuccine, if I'm not mistaken.
A bunch of different things. That's wonderful.
But my absolute favorite thing from Olive Garden is their soup called the Zuppa Toscana. That shit is good.
Oh, is it? What's in it?
Oh, it's like a cream-based soup with like kale and meat, like Italian sausage and potatoes and stuff. It's so good.
Okay.
So good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just had some really good soup at Jake's the other day. And it was mostly potato soup.
Mm-hmm.
Which is what I love.
Yeah, me too. Any cream of soup I'll usually go for.
Same with me. I like cream of broccoli.
Yeah.
And all those kinds.
Do you ever get Chinese soup like some young guy, like cream of some young guy?
No.
Oh, you got! Oh, she caught it. I didn't think you'd get that one. Damn it!
Took me a minute.
You got it though. I didn't think you were gonna catch that one, but you're quick on the draw on that one. Good job, Mom. I thought I couched it pretty well, but I guess you're too sharp for me.
Yes, I am.
You still got it.
I'm used to you now.
All right, another question is, if Zeke was in a Western movie, what would be my nickname?
A Western movie?
Yeah, like if I was like a cowboy of some sort, like what would be my nickname? You know how they call like Billy the Kid, like he's Billy the Kid, that's his nickname, it's not his actual name.
Right.
Yeah, what would be my cowboy name?
Zeke the Rustler?
There you go, I'll rustle.
Yes.
Do you know what rustling is, Mom?
Rustling?
Yeah.
Cows and stuff.
Yeah, but what do you do to them?
I don't know.
You rustle them, of course.
Well, yeah.
No, I just wanted to know, like, I don't really know what rustling is, but I think it's like hurting them, but I'm not positive.
Right. Stealing them, I thought.
Oh, is rustling stealing? Maybe. I have not looked it up.
Stealing somebody else's. Oh, okay.
I don't know. Let me see. Rustling meaning. Oh, no. Rustling, like rustling leaves. Hold on. Cattle rustling. Oh, the crime of stealing live cattle or other livestock. Yep, rustling is stealing. It is absolutely that.
Okay.
Yep.
That's what I thought.
There you go. So yes, I would be Zeke the Rustler.
Yeah.
Good job. Love it.
Yeah.
Did your parents, Grandma and Grandpa, ever disapprove of any of your boyfriends?
Yeah.
They did?
Before they had Johnny, they disapproved of Ruben Ortez, who was a Mexican, and they disapproved of Mexican.
So wait, Grammy and Grampy were racist?
They were racist, yes.
Oh my God. And then look what happens. You end up with one.
Well, and Grandma ends up adopting him.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, that's right. I forgot. Yeah.
Raised him from 2 years old on.
Yeah. That's true. So she changed her tune. That's nice. That's nice to know.
Yes, she did. Yes, she did.
All right. What would the adult version of an ice cream truck sell, and what music would it play?
Oh. Some kind of drink.
There you go.
I'm not sure what. Maybe a coffee with liqueur in it.
There you go. Yeah, an Irish coffee. And then what music would it play?
Yeah. Well, as far as I'm concerned, I'd like it to be from the 80s.
There you go.
And the late 80s.
Late 80s.
That's what I would like.
There you go. Perfect. That sounds great. Like, I'm going to start a coffee business out of a truck that serves Irish coffee and plays late 80s music.
Right.
Right on. Okay.
That's what I would like. Well, and I think a lot of older people drink coffee, like my age.
Oh, for sure. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
You know?
Coffee drinkers are getting younger and younger, man. It's everywhere. It's Starbucks.
Well, that's true. That's true.
Yeah. Would you rather be forced to jump without a parachute out of a plane or cliff dive off Niagara Falls? Jesus, one you might survive and one you definitely won't. What kind of a question is that?
Well, I'd rather not do either, except for you might survive a cliff jump.
I mean, maybe a very slim chance, but
the parachute you wouldn't.
No, there's a
Without
zero
a
chance. Yeah. Well, I guess maybe they're asking which way would you rather die? Would you rather jump off Niagara Falls or fall out of a plane?
I'd rather jump off a cliff. I would terrify the airplanes.
There you go. Okay. I know I'm going up there to die anyways, but still, I don't want to be scared on my way to death. That sounds awful.
Right.
That's double bad. Good job, Mom. Okay, if you had to hide a giraffe, where would you hide it?
Oh my God. Where would I hide it? Under a swing set or under a canopy type? What are those called? Those canopy?
Keep going.
What are they called? A canopy. What are they called?
A tent?
What's that type of thing? Yeah.
So if someone was flying over looking for it, they'd be under the tent.
Right.
Okay. I like under a swing set. I just imagine a giraffe like sitting near a swing set going like, this is not a good place. I have no fucking idea what I'm doing under a swing set. That's perfect, Mom. Good job. I'd hide it in a zoo among other giraffes. So it would be harder to find.
There you go.
Harder to pick out.
That too.
Yeah.
That's right.
Is there this is actually a good question, Scott. I'm surprised. Is there an age that you might consider going back to drugs?
Probably the age that I was doing them.
No. Like from here until you die, is there an age like 78? I'll start doing drugs again. Is there an age you would start doing drugs again?
Yeah, in my 70s probably.
There you go. Okay, they're coming up quick.
Yeah, I consider them. I actually I wouldn't mind doing them now.
Well, let's have a conversation. I bet I can hook you up with some people if you wanted.
Okay. I would like that. I would like some more hydrocodone.
Oh, you want prescription drugs. You don't want like heroin or morphine. You want or heroin or crack. You want like scripts.
No.
Okay.
That's right.
A little harder to get.
And it would have to be hydrocodone.
Okay.
It's real expensive.
Oh, it gets you high though.
Like $10 a pill.
Yeah.
$10 a pill.
They are pretty
so
expensive.
If you get 100, there you go.
There you go, Mom. If I gave you 100 hydrocodone, I'd have to call you every day and be like, "Are you still there? Still alive?" Yeah, I'm doing okay, I guess. Jeez.
If I had an unlimited amount, I'd be doing just fine.
Well, I bet you would. God damn, Mom.
would.
That's dark. All right. If you could be on any game show, which one would it be?
Probably.
Now think about one you could possibly win. So nothing like that requires a ton of skill. Like Jeopardy, like sure I'd like to go on Jeopardy, but I wouldn't win because the people that go on there are super smart.
Right.
So like
Probably
a
Deal or
chance
No
game.
Deal.
Deal or no deal. There you go. That's a good one. Good choice.
Yes, because you don't have to know anything.
Nope, you don't have to know anything except how to please Howie Mandel.
Right.
Is he still doing it?
How to be an idiot. Is he what?
Is he still doing how to Deal or No Deal?
Oh yeah.
He is? Okay.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
There you go. Good choice though. I'd probably go for The Price is Right. No,
You know,
I wouldn't. No, I wouldn't.
Years.
I take it back. If they still, they don't have it anymore. But if they still had it,
Hug your mum's chat.
if they still had it, I would definitely be doing Press Your Luck.
They do Press Your Luck here, but they're total reruns.
They're old ones. Yeah. I love Press Your Luck, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That'd be a good one.
All right, last question, then I'll let you go, Mom. Is it weird for an adult to sleep with a stuffed animal? No. There you go. You heard it here. No, definitively.
I don't think so.
You sleep with a stuffed
sleep
animal.
With a dog if I had a dog.
Different thing, but yes, I get it. We sleep with our dogs every night.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I would sleep with a stuffed animal. I wouldn't mind.
You bet. Well, there you go, Mom. That's all I had for you today.
Yeah. Okay, babe.
All right. Well, I love you, Mom. I'll talk to you later.
I love you too. Bye, Zeconian.
Bye, Zeconian. Say bye to my mom, everybody. Bye.
I love you, sweetheart. Tell Katie I love her too.
Of course I will. Thank you, Mom.
Okay. Bye-bye, sweetheart.
Bye-bye. All right, there you go. Oh, man. Some good ones today. Where would you hide a giraffe? Under a swing set? Do they look like swings or something to her? Oh, my God. Oh, so good. And she's like all about, she's like, oh, if I had some hydrocodones, I would fucking chew those things like popcorn. Like, fuck yeah, dude. Mom knows how to party, apparently. Holy moly. Oh, goodness gracious.
Whoa.
All right. Anyways, we're going to get back to the game here. Classy Pax with 71. Good to see you, Pax. Crazy Cereal. Thank you for 32 months. And yes, hug your moms. Hug your moms if you can. Tell that lady you love her if you do. I'm not saying you have to love her. I'm saying if you do love her, tell her you love her and give her a hug. All right. We got game 4 up now. We made it through 3. And now we got Iron Bark Lookout, whatever this is.
About a month ago.
Okay. Fears to Fathom. Iron Bark Lookout. Let's go.
People have started spreading rumors that the area might be haunted by some entities.
Okay, good. Haunted by some entities. I love it. Entities? Yes. Haunted by some entities. Good Lord. Okay. Let's go. I'm not even going to read about it. we're just going to play. We're just going to go jump into it. I heard this one's good just now from you guys. Like, I have hopes for this one because I heard it was good 2 seconds ago. Please pull that one long ass gray hair. No! No! That stays. The grays stay, maybe. They're part of the charm. Oh, look, you can tell by the fifth game. I don't know, we're in the fourth? We're in the fourth game. They started getting more and more like, hey, you can adjust things. Look at that. You can adjust the gamma if you want to. It's great. There. Barely visible. All right, Ironbark Lookout. Let's go. I'm not pulling it out. Leaving it in there. Stop it. They make me all self-conscious about it. Classy Katie with the Rady. Come on in. We're playing horror games. We're on the 4th Fears to Fathom game right now. We played through 3 of them. They're all relatively short, so come on in. We got the classy raid. I'm gonna crack myself open one more beverage. Did you guys have a good bitch session today? It is Thursday, the day where you scream into the void. Also, this one is for, who's it for? Ryu!
I said shut up, as in close your mouth and stop talking.
Thanks, Riker. Close your mouth and stop talking. That's pretty petty and childlike. How old are you? Oh, come on now. If I saw Zeke in public, I wouldn't ask him for a picture. I would pluck that one. Goddamn, dude. I'm not plucking it, man. Where is it? Is it this side? This side. There. No, I just made it worse. To fuck with them.
No, it's a side one. Right here. Her curl doesn't go with any.
Oh, it's like
others.
way out to the side.
And she's always way out to the side.
You can grab her.
I love her.
No.
No.
Oh, we're not taking her off. Okay, we love her.
She's stunning. But she's a rogue. Her curl doesn't go with any of the other curls. She's a borderline straight. She's anti-pride.
Nitsa just going fucking insane.
She's so
Pull it!
good.
Pull it!
No, oh, look at her. I notice her every day because she's just like such a rebel. Turn your face all the way that way. And then perfect. So you guys see this? Look at her. There's no other silver there. It's just her. She's a one of a kind. She's a Madonna one-namer. I don't know. It's like, no. Oh no. You stop that. We're putting her back.
No, I'm putting it back. Can I put her in? Can I put her into the...
Well, she's real...
Into the mix?
I don't think so.
Will she not go? She won't go with you? Okay.
She's good. She's tough.
Okay, she's tucked
tucked
in.
away. Yeah.
Katie, I fucking hate you. All right, Vincent giving a sub to Unique Snowflake. Oh, thank you. All right. Oh, hey, I noticed you were requesting story submissions while I was watching a YouTuber play Fears to Fathom Carson House. What I'm about to recount happened when I was 24 or so at the time. It feels kind of weird telling anyone about this because of the bizarre and absurd nature of the whole thing. But I feel like doing so might help me process my memories of it. I knew that sharing this story anywhere else would be a dumb idea because people would say I was lying. As I'm writing this was the scariest experience of my life. I'm Jack Nelson. Had a small job as a park ranger in a state park. I was a fire lookout stationed in one of the largest forests in the Pacific Northwest. Miles and miles of dense forest managed by the Forestry Service. I had a salary that allowed me to make ends meet, but I couldn't afford to treat myself to restaurants, nice clothes, etc. My biggest accomplishment so far was being able to buy an RV for myself with a lot of financial help from my dad. That RV was the only sense of home I had at the time. This one time I was transferred from one outpost to another because of some official circumstances. It was a minor inconvenience to me, though since I lived out of my RV and liked traveling, I've said a few goodbyes and I was off to the new location. It was about a 2-hour drive. Shit. Okay. Kayla Nelson. The new regional manager is such a jerk. Honestly, sometimes I wish I had a job like you, waking up with nature away from people and just getting paid to watch the wind go by. Wish my job was really that easy. I'm honestly done with this job. Pretty sure I'm joining you next season. Haha. Like I said, you're always welcome here. Let me know if you need me to talk to Josh. It's definitely time for a change. Speaking of change, Ironbark. They're staffing me to Ironbark next month. That one, the one after Roseburg? Yeah. Heard they got bigger staff cabins and less campers. Call me. With Dad, I'll call you back. How's it looking? Still on my way. Van decided to pull a flat tire on me today of all days. Isn't it late? If I don't starve to death before arriving, I'll be fine. Did you pass Roseburg yet? No, why? And this message from Mitch Scott. Congratulations on the transfer. Feeling ready for the change? Just reaching out to you to tell you that you've been assigned to Tower 11. Welcome on board. This is Mitch, by the way, from Ironbark. Thank you. Heard a lot about you from Josh. Very excited to meet you soon. Just got my ID today. Your shift starts on the 12th. Sounds good. I'll be there. Anything I need to know? Just have your papers. Bring your ID. Josh told me the job is not news to you. Can I just ask you one question? Sure. Why did you pick this job initially? Not sure to answer that. I enjoy the thrill, or the lack of it, I guess. I'm sorry, I just asked the question of everyone joining this line of work. People join for a getaway or discover who they are, only to leave without notice. Guess they're better off in a cubicle. To be honest with you, I joined Iron Horse last year not knowing what to expect, but the solitary life has grown on me. For me, I can't do city life. This is where I belong. And I'm sure I'd adapt just fine to Ironbark. Good, I hope you fare better than last lady. Where can I park my van? If you're arriving on Friday, just park your truck around back on the gravel park by gate D. Got it. And from there, you'll be on foot, take the Gold Creek Trail. From there, it'll take a couple of hours till you reach the tower. Okay, got it, thanks. You'll probably see Billy at the gate, just show him your ID. Vin's gifting a sub to Smoke and Fly. I lived a very solitary life. It helps quiet my mind, keep the memories at bay. It's 25 on this road? Fuck off. I always loved the great outdoors. Just being surrounded by nature gave me happiness.
Can you help me make cummies on my tummies?
Felt like it was at home in the woods. Hold on, let me pull over. There we go. I remember this diner while passing Roseburg. They have the best burgers in town. You have to try them out. I could really use a good meal before the staffing starts. Thank you. Okay. Thanks, Scott. 153 months. And his message is, can you help me put cummies or make cummies on my tummies? Yes. Yes, I can. Oh, tap. Oh, there it is. There's a diner. Has a big blue sign. Not a bad park job. Vin's giving a sub to Jizzy Belly. Oh, little Jizzy Belly. Please leave me alone. Welcome to Twin River Diner. How are you doing? Good, how about you? Feel free to take any seat you like and I'll be right with you. Okay, thank you. Holy fuck. That is a big ass burger. I can't talk to him though. Long day of driving, huh? Where you headed? I'm headed up north to make a delivery. What about you? I'm a staffer at Ironbark State Park. So is it true? Whatever they say happened to those kids the other day? What? I need to go. Okay. You look a little lost. I'm just passing through. So where are you headed? Starting my new job at nearby state park. Oh, that's great. I didn't know those jobs still existed. What do you do? I work in finance. I'm a financial analyst for a big firm downtown. That sounds interesting. Yeah, it's challenging, but I enjoy it. It keeps me busy, that's for sure. That's impressive. Yeah, I guess so. I can be a bit of a roller coaster sometimes, but I don't hate what I do. Oh, hot food. Dude, I will have the hot food, please. Yep. I'm gonna get the cheeseburger with fries. Our burger is the best in the West. Would you like anything to drink? Coffee, please. Perfect. Anything else? That'll be all, thank you. Great, I'll bring you the food. Sounds good, appreciate it. Anyone else hate it when random people come up to you in public and strike up a conversation? I don't hate it. I've been guilty of that before. Usually at the urinal. I'm that guy. I fucking love, like, when I'm like, I pull up next to a dude and it's like a crowded bar or fucking sporting event, taking a piss. It's like, some game, huh? I'm that dude. I know. Like, you see that steal? Holy shit, that was a nice one. Oh, I really had to pee. Okay. Fuck you. I know. So many people hate me. And it's usually after a few beers. So I'm feeling real jovial. Yeah, I'm like Royd from Dispatch, yeah. What up, brother? There we go. I got it mostly in the bowl. Lift up the seat, you fucking heathen. Oops. Oops. Oh, oops. Oops, I spilled. Oops, I spilled. I was trying to piss on the toilet for Scott. You knew what I was trying to do. I was done with it. My penis or peeing? Probably the peeing. I don't think I'd be done with my penis. What up, Mighty Cat C? How you doing? No, I never talk about penises when I'm in the urinal. I never mention cocks or penises or peeking or anything like that. I don't want to. No, I'm just like in an elevator, you know, just nice day for it, huh? That's me. Oh shit, I'm gonna fucking destroy this burger. Oh, and they gave you ketchup, mustard, and mayonnaise. Oh, I love this place. I mean, I could be really lucky, and that could be like fucking processed nacho cheese. Oh, I love that shit on my fries. Oh. How'd you, so did you end up going? How was it? I'm here, still eating. This is so good. Yeah, they gotta be crinkle cut. Crinkle cut fries are objectively the best type of fries in almost any given situation. Told you, hee hee. The food reminds me, you should send me that casserole recipe you're talking about. I might get a chance to immerse myself in the art of cuisine in the new Lookout. Yeah, the food was great, thank you. Would you like to have anything else, or should I get the check? Check, please. Okay, I'll be right back. Wow, that was fast service, man. Wow, yes. I'm on my way home. Send you in a bit. Can I eat the sauces, though? Del Taco's crinkle cut fries. You know, other than McDonald's fries, yes. I don't know what McDonald's does to their fries, but hot out of the fucking thing, they're the best fries in the business. I don't know how they do it, but god damn, they're so good to me. Here's your check. Your total is 6.6. Pay and tip 15%. What am I made of money? Hope you enjoy the rest of your ride. Thanks. tip 50%. Even in a video game, they're like, hey, you could tip 10, 20, or 50%. You fucking kidding me? Please leave me alone. All right. I'd rather have my own Kruger Cup fries at home. I'll tell you this. I can't make French fries at home that are as good as McDonald's. I just can't. I don't know how. How's the burger? This little piece of heaven, this place is pretty much my weekend spot. You new around here? I'm a new staffer at Ironbark Park. Well, you must have heard the news then. What news? Well, a few weeks ago, 3 kids went missing in the park. It's been all over the news. What happened to them? No one knows. The official report says they got lost, but a lot of people around here think something else happened. Something else? There's a rumor going around that a creature got them. A creature? Yeah, you know, like Bigfoot or Goatman. People say there's something like that living in the forest. You believe it? A lot of hikers and campers go missing in that forest. Some of them come back with stories you would not believe. Some of them never come back. And some of them play ominous music after you get done talking to them. I can make tater tots as good as a restaurant tater tots. They have Orida has extra crispy tater tots now, and they're fucking, oh my god, they're so good. Presidential cliffhanger awaits Florida recount. Oh, right. Actual headline. Man, for living out of this thing, he is fucking clean. Oh, forgot to close the door. Excuse me. Sorry. Sorry about that. I should have taken it easy. (8:02 p.m.) Can we burn this radio? I don't mind it. It reminds me of a little bit of G-Love and Special Sauce. We can turn it off though. I want to include the location of this park, but I don't want anyone seeking out the utter horrors I've seen in these woods. I drove past the trail at first. Oh. I drove my RV onto the foot trail. Should I not have done that? Do not block gate. Blocks gate. Holy fucking cunt. Holy moly, you scared me. I thought you were one of them. What do you mean? May Lord have mercy. Anyways, can I see your permit, please? You're Billy, right? I'm the new transfer fire lookout. Is that correct? I didn't know we were hiring this season. Hang on, let me check on that. Okay, pal, you're good to go. Staffed at Fire Tower 11. I apologize for the confusion. I was under the impression that the tower would be left unstaffed for the season, but here are your keys. Let me open the trail gate for you. I drive there, yes? Oh, maybe I don't. I don't know if I can fit through that. Since you're arriving this late, you might also need this flashlight for a long hike to your lookout. Oh, okay, so I'm walking. Thank you, Billy. You be careful, take this. Welcome to Ironbark, pal. Now for our purposes. When you get to your tower, be sure to make your first weather report from your system just so we know you're clocked in safely. If need be, you can reach out to Tower 12 during your staff in nice enough guy. He'll be your closest contact in case of any emergency. Thank you, Billy. I will throw it. Hey, just a piece of advice. Oh, I thought he was gonna get mad at me for throwing the flashlight at him. Don't travel any further than half a mile or so north of your tower. Why? Dangerous woods that way, pal. Bobcats and bears. Nasty business. You got it. No bikes, only horses. Stay on trail. I left my bag at the RV at first. Oh, you fucking... God damn it. Oh, right there. Oh, there's the missing ones. Brittany Spheres. Oh my God. Hugh Jassman. And Sanita Williams. Well, 2 puns and not. Why'd they stop there? They run out of jokes? Think Zeke would ever do one of these for a year? If he could stream in the tower? No, I've often thought about how cool it would be to do this for a little while. Be a Firewatch Tower person for a little while, for 6 months or a year or something, and just be out there. Get really in touch with yourself. I don't know if I'd last though. I like people too much. There you go. Yeah, I knew when I said get in touch with myself, you guys would be like, oh, I like jerking off? Well, of course. You think the fucking tower guys don't jerk off in their towers all alone every day? Come on now. Well, I should probably just go to my tower, right? Living in a fire tower is not a glamorous job. Imagine being out here alone for weeks at a time. It's not for everyone. Well, I always had a fondness for the outdoors. The door was open. Oh, I don't know what that means. Ascend to the top of the stairs ascend the stairs to the top of the tower. Once you're on top of the tower, your job is to look for fires or anything out of the ordinary. The cabin was filled with the aroma of wood, giving me a sense of comfort. Finally, my new home for the next few months. There you go. Nope. Is it sleep time already? Forgot to turn the generator on first. Oh yeah, I should do that. Osborne firefighter. It's like a giant compass the size of a pizza. Oh. All lookouts must follow these rules while occupying this tower. Lights out after 12 p.m. Supply drops handed out every Sunday. Absolutely no guests on lookout. System password is Ironbark tower number. Refuel the generator routinely. Update the reporting software routinely. No video games in the system. Remember to call your sister station before you sleep. Where's the fucking Jenny? Yeah, look out for fires is not a rule, oddly enough. There we go. Just pour it on top of it. There you go. That'll be fine. It'll make its way in there somehow. Well, I hope that's not going to be a problem. Radio equipment was sitting on a wooden table. Rainbow 98 Professional. Nothing will beat that, man. Nothing will beat that bass line. Hello there, I'm Smiley, your trusted virtual assistant, here to help you make the most of your computer today. Clickety click, here's a random fact for you. The Amazon rainforest produces 20% of the world's oxygen. It's often referred to as the lungs of the earth, for its crucial role in generating the oxygen we breathe. Clickety click, here's a random fact for you. The Grand Canyon in the United States is not only breathtaking, but also incredibly old. It's estimated to be around 6 million years old. Mount Everest, the world's tallest mountain, continues to snow about 1/4 of an inch taller each year due to tectonic plate movements. Oh, grow, not snow. Fucking idiot. What's wrong with you? Oh, plague.exe. Welcome to the state-of-the-art service. Oh shit, what? Hello?
New guy, haven't gotten your name yet. What is it again?
I'm Jack.
I saw your light turn on. I gotta say, it's refreshing to see Tower 11 alive again.
Who's this?
I'm Connor, Fire Tower 12.
You were watching?
Isn't that the job? We've had to cover your area until you arrived. Anyways, what brings you to this towering paradise of ours?
Just looking for a change. I'm a transfer from Iron Horse.
An experienced comrade. I can see why Mitch picked you.
I'm really tired.
You got a fire going?
No.
Get her lit. The temperature's about to plummet. You don't want to sit through the storm shivering.
Got it, thanks.
I don't see the smoke. Did you light it up yet?
Give me like 3 seconds.
Wood stove should be around the entrance. Get her lit.
Okay.
No
There's no firewood.
There must be plenty in the shack. That's all Marley did. The
Marley?
snapper who was in the lookout before you.
Okay.
She was one gritty woman. Anyways, you better get that fire going. You don't want to sit through the storm. Gasoline must be in your cabin.
Yeah.
But if not, you can always grab your supplies from the storage shack.
Okay, storage shack is downstairs? Yeah, right there. There it is. Okay, so all the things that I might need are down here. Okay. Oh, okay. Thought there was already gas on it, but whatever. How's that? Is that good? How about a little more? How about a little more? It's over here. And a little more over this way. There we go. There, that'll be fine.
Ah, I see it. I see the smoke.
What up, MTG with 10 big months? Thank you, MTG.
Nice to see Tower 11 alive again. Did you report for the night yet? Did you report for the night yet?
No, let me get to it.
Better get to it then. Here at Ironbark, you are required to report every night before signing off.
Got it.
You don't want to disappoint Mitch on your first night.
No. God damn. Last thing I want to do. Temperature, wind speed, clouds. Okay. No, no, no. Oh, there we go. Temperature. 45.8 F. Oh, God damn it. Wind in knots. Where's the windometer? Oh, there we go. $17 knots. Cloud condition. I don't know, do I just look? Cloud. Looks cloud to me. Yeah. Number of hikers, this is 0. Reported by... I don't know. What is my name? Long Dong Silver. Vexy Love, thank you very much for the 5 months. Am I John Cena? Bwah, bwah, bwah. Oh, wait. Oh, I know my name. I know my name. There it is. Jack Nelson. I wasn't sure if I put in the right weather condition. Oh, is it? Clear? Oh, it is clear. I guess that counts as clear, sure.
You copy, new guy?
Hour 11, copy.
I think I'm gonna sign off for the day.
Mox W with 110 months, tier 2, thank you so much.
Tower 12, signing off. You have a good night, new guy.
Thanks, Connor, you too.
Bye.
Good night, Connor, talk to you tomorrow. Alright, let's turn off this radio. Get a good night's sleep. Oh, I always made sure the door was locked before I head to bed. Fuck me. $3:26 a.m. Better get up. A little groggy. What's the dealio? Connor? I had to pee. Sorry, Connor, you'll have to wait. I've had to pee 3 times in this game already. Holy fuck. What did I drink? On my first night out, getting out of my cabin was gave me a strange feeling. Being left here alone was somewhat unsettling. Okay, can I go down now? Oh, I should grab my flashlight? Oh! Oh! How unsanitary. Wee! Wee! Like little yellow fireworks. All right, good night. Night 2. See, this is what I picture. This is exactly what I picture when I picture a fire tower person. Just waking up, crack of dawn, getting a cup of joe, just looking at the forest, sipping a coffee. Take photo. That's a keeper. Yep, forest is still there. Yep. Keep sipping that coffee. Space to get off. I knew it. I knew there was a lot of jerking off up here in these towers.
New guy, you
Whoa.
copy? This is Connor from Tower 12. Do you copy?
Yeah, Connor, come on back now.
Do you copy?
Copy that, Connor. What's up?
Son of a bitch.
Excuse me?
Nobody bothers to get a camping permit these days anymore. You have eyes on the smoke north of your position.
Let me have a look. Where is north of my position? This is gonna sound bad, but I don't know how to find north. Is that a requirement? Ah, there it is. Smoke was white, indicative of a campfire.
I need you to confirm. Do you see that smoke up north? spot that white smoke up north?
Yeah, I see it.
It appears to be in the Lacey Trail sector, which is not a registered campsite. People like that don't bother to clean up after themselves. And fire risks are high this season. Mind checking it out?
Yeah, do you have any other details?
No additional information at the moment.
Okay.
Just follow Lacey Trail. Keep an eye out for any signs of a campfire or any potential hazards along the way.
All right, head north. I'll report back on it.
Safe out there.
You too. I mean, you're not going out there. I'm going out there. I'll be safe out there. Thank you. Love you. Damn it. No. All right, bye-bye. I mean, over and out. Fuck.
Over and out.
Over and out. Fuck this coffee cup. I don't need it. What do I need, though? Probably a flashlight. There we go. Oh, careful with bears. I left the bear spray. You only played the first game, the other one's worth it. I mean, I've been having fun. But I mean, they're relatively short, so I wouldn't pay a lot of money for them. Because I've gotten through 3 of them. I'm on the 4th one. Ooh, ooh, ooh. I like that the only shadow that's being created is. You can see the flashlight and the bear spray are the only thing that are making shadows in the game. Have I ever been pepper sprayed? Not directly, but I was around pepper spray when 2 girls were fighting and the cops pepper sprayed them to separate them. And that shit is terrible. It's awful, as you might imagine. It just gets in your eyes and makes them water. I didn't even get it like full brunt. I was just standing like, I don't know, 5 feet away from it and just went, and I got like just the wind blown particles, and I was like, Jesus. What? What is happening? Why is there an invisible wall here? There's an invisible wall here, guys. Okay. I thought it was because I wasn't supposed to have a flashlight, maybe, but... Lacey Trail. 3.2 miles that way. What is the fucking deal? Dude, what the fuck, man? No, I'm locked in a fucking invisible box now. I mean... an invisible rectangle. I can't go any further, guys! Yep. No, F is for flashlight. I was on the wrong trail. Do I need to pee again, maybe? What in the fuck, man? Any ideas? Anyone looking in the Steam forums? Maybe there's an invisible wall post? Okay. Oh, I hate to quit out. How do I even quit out, like, to the menu? Can I quit out to the menu? Because escape does this. Do I have to Alt F for it? No, control scheme brings up my... I really don't want to Alt F4, man, because it's going to take me back to a fucking checkpoint. Okay. All right, well. Space to get off. Oh, I'm gonna get off. Fuck this cup. I threw it off the tower. I actually said it.
This is Connor from Tower 12. Do you copy? Tower 11. Do you copy? Son of a bitch. Nobody bothers to get a... You have eyes on the... I need you to confirm. Do you see that smoke up north? You spot that white smoke up north? It appears to be in the Lacey Trail sector, which is now people like that. Fire risks. Mind checking it out? No, it did. Stay safe. Don't forget. Over and out.
Okay, this time, I'm not taking anything but the bear spray. Oh, maybe they want you to take this bear spray in particular, not the one from the shack. Maybe that's why. Maybe that could be like a trigger or something. Video games be weird like that sometimes. There we go. Follow the trail that led me to the smoke. I love Jen. No camping. Violence would be sighted and moved. She gives the best head. Oh, I gotta meet this Jen. Jeez. Oh. Sorry, just got home. Oh, pizza pasta bake. Okay. Okay, send pics to you, Jackie. Okay, everything. Sorry, Kay, I don't think my sector is very good service. View from my tower. Oh, these are the pictures I took? I didn't take that picture. These are not the pictures I took at all. I had to put it out. My hands are full. Oh, so you want me to get rid of the bear spray now? I had to get water to put it out. Step out here. Show yourself. I have a pot. Well, wish I would have brought that flashlight now. Okay, well, I can't pick up any of this shit. Okay, better keep that. Oh, there we go. Or not. Okay. Well, God damn it, I keep bear spraying everything they own. Ah, serves them right. You're not supposed to be camping here anyways. Is that it? Do I just go now? Yeah, I put out the fire. Mission accomplished. I guess so. Fuck. As I hiked back to my tower through the dark, I couldn't shake the sense that something was terribly wrong. My mind couldn't help but think what might have happened. What might have happened if what? Oh, the door. this is a hiding spot. Connor, do you copy? Hey, Connor, do you copy?
Loud and clear, new guy. I was just cooking myself some hot... Well, first, what's your status?
Hot shit.
Are you kidding me? Son of a bitch. They never learn, do they?
Who are you talking about?
I'm sick of these bastards. It's unbelievable.
Has this been happening a lot?
This is the third time this month alone. Anything else you notice in those woods?
A scream.
A scream? Must have been one of those red foxes. They sound pretty much like a screaming lady at night.
It was a manly scream.
I don't know what you're talking about, new guy. I heard from the rangers that a lot of campers have been flocking to that area lately because of the disappearance of those 3 kids.
I don't know what you're talking about, new guy. Saying it's a manly scream is pretty dismissive. Can you say like a deep voiced scream instead, please? It is 2019 or 20, whatever year it is.
About a month ago, they were hiking with their families. They went off the trail and just vanished. No trace of them since.
Sorry, that manly scream was me. The snake bit me when I was taking a whiz behind the tree. All right. Hiking with their families just went vanish. Okay. What happened to those kids?
We don't know. Their parents said some whistle led them off the trail. It's unbelievable.
I heard a whistle.
People have started spreading rumors that the area might be haunted by some entities. It's crazy, I know. You would think these rumors would scare people off, but apparently it's been the opposite.
Okay.
Sometimes, I only wish they were true. Well, at least now you know why Mitch had to staff Tower 11 urgently.
That's unsettling.
You guy, I hope you don't believe those rumors.
Oh, absolutely not.
Great. Anyways, thanks for staying vigilant.
You bet.
I gotta contact the authorities so they can take care of this commotion first thing in the morning. We can't tolerate these goons anymore.
Fucking goons. I know what you're saying.
If they find them,
I agree.
I'll personally make sure they never set foot in this forest again.
Yep. Keep me updated.
Over and out.
Love you. Bye-bye. Oh, hold on. Let me play some Plague. Take out some zombies and have a blast. Good luck. Aim for the head. Oh. Ow. Oh my god. Is this a metal version of The Entertainer? Damn it. shit. You're alive, and you're a terrible shot. I wonder if there's something meta that happens if I do this. There might just be like an achievement or something. Yeah, I don't know. Ah, shit. There we go. Maybe this is the escape. Oh, maybe not. Oh. It's just a big old loop. Okay. Alright. Oh, this is Ironbark State Park trail map. Whether you're planning a hike, assisting hikers, or just want to explore the park's beauty from the comfort of your screen, I'm here to help. Alright, let's see. What? Jesus. Look at that photo, it's making my stomach growl. As a matter of fact, let me try that recipe now. Oh, that does look good. I'm so jelly of that view. Oh, okay. All right, so we got to do the report, and the report is, we got to grab this. 21 knots. It is, I don't fucking know, cloudy. 21 knots, 49F. Oh, fuck. What's my name again? Jack Nelson? Jack Parsons. Jack Mehoff. Jack Nicholson. Nelson. Well, that worked. Whatever. Okay. Service reporting area. Cloud. Not cloudy. Cloud. Okay. 9:07 p.m. All right, I'm out of here. I'm going night-night time. Oh, I need food to go to bed. Yeah, sure. Oh, fuck. I gotta make that fucking recipe. Pasta. Marinara, pepperoni, matzo cheese, and tomatoes. Marinara, pepperoni, matzo, and tomatoes. God, do I have a fucking oh, there's my fridge. I don't want this. There we go. Oh, diced tomatoes, right? Okay. I'll have one, please. Do you have a collector's edition for a video game that you would consider your holy grail? No, I'm not a collector. Of physical items, I am not a collector of anything, really. I collect and keep stuff from viewers. Like, I have, like, whole boxes, like, tons of boxes full of just, like, viewer sent stuff. But as far as, like, me, I don't collect anything. I collect gray hairs, yeah. My wife called me crazy when I built a car of lasagna sheets. You should have seen her face when I drove pasta.
You guys.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm baking stuff. Excuse me, hold on. Can I? I'll get you in a second. Hold on. Yeah, what? What is it?
Just reported their ass to the authorities.
What'd they say?
Don't worry. The Forest Service Agency will take care of it first thing in the morning.
That's relieving.
Hope they can track them down and give them a piece of their mind.
Yep.
Tell you what, I think I'm gonna hit the sack now.
Okay. Can you sing me a song?
I know it's been a tough day, but you're doing an excellent job up there.
Thank you, Connor.
Over 12, signing off.
Good night. Over now. I like to eat in bed too. Home. God, the fucking eating sounds. Why is that necessary? Yeah, sorry. I would mute it, but I might need to hear stuff that's going on in the world. There you go. Who brought these frozen vegetables? I threw it on the ground! Oh, fuck yeah. Oh, I gotta go all the way downstairs and get some fucking wood. There we go. We'll just get some over here. Get some there we go. And okay. Perfect. Now, can I go to sleep? I always close the boards outside before heading to bed. Closed the boards outside. Oh, those guys. Okay. Don't close it. God damn it. If I was really there, I would have fallen all the way down those fucking stairs. Eesh. That was annoying. 2-something a.m. I was woken by a feeling that caused my eyes to drift open. There was something very strange about that night. Huh? Oh! Fucking hello, cult member. I guess it's time to reload my pants. Nope, they're already loaded. I'm Batman. Yep, I see the shadow. Yep, I see him. I thought I had bear mace up here. Where did I put it? There we go. I didn't know what to make of it at the moment. Only logical thing I could think was to contact Connor. Huh? Well, that sucked. That fucking noise is about the most awful fucking thing you could ever think of. I like that the sound isn't too loud. So you just have to wait for him to do his thing and then you can go out there. Okay. Connor, do you copy? I need to talk to you, Sergeant. You there?
Do you have any idea what time it is?
Something outside my door.
Just couldn't wait until morning.
Mention the skull.
It's probably best to ignore these kids messing around. I suspect that's what Marley got tired of.
I don't think these are kids messing around.
Kids can be pretty creative with these pranks. You watch too many horror movies. Maybe they thought it would be funny.
Feels like a real ritual.
Let's not get carried away, new guy. We're in the middle of nowhere. Alright.
You're in with them.
I'll send someone to check in on you tomorrow.
You're in with them. God damn it.
For now, just lock your door, take a deep breath, and try to get some rest.
Okay.
Can't do much in the dark.
All right.
It'll be morning before you know it. Try to get some sleep, Jack. Over and out.
Thanks. Thanks a pantload, Chet. Connor didn't make any sense. There's not much else I could have done in the dark. I'm gonna go to sleep with my bear spray, though. Night 3. Turn on the aircon. Next day I woke up not being so sure if last night was real or just a dream. Connor tried to reason it as a harmless prank by some kids, but there's something about that night that just felt darker. There's something strange happening in those woods. Oh. There we go. Saw a flare, dude.
Hello? Can anyone hear me?
This is Jack Tower 11.
Oh, thank goodness. I'm lost, and I'm really starting to freak out.
Well, take a deep breath.
Okay.
What's the situation?
I don't even know where to start. I went out to explore the area and lost track of time. And now it's dark, and I can't remember the trail back to my truck. I think I'm lost.
What equipment do you have with you?
I have a flashlight, a compass, a fully charged two-way radio, a flare gun, and some of my camping equipment.
Can you describe your clothing?
I'm wearing a red jacket, camo pants, and a green backpack.
What's your current location?
I'm in the middle of the woods, on this trail surrounded by trees.
Okay.
Everything looks different at night.
I know exactly where you are.
I thought shooting a few flare gun shots might get someone's attention, but no one's come yet. All it did was light up the trees and make everything look even scarier. I just want to find a way out of here.
Remember any landmarks?
I remember passing a small stream earlier.
Which direction are you facing right now?
I'm walking towards west right now, because I remember walking east when I came here.
Okay.
Oh, thank goodness. I see it.
See what?
I'm at a trail intersection now, but I can't remember if I should take the right trail or the left to get back to the trailhead. Can you help me?
Let me scan the map and get back to you. No, I don't want a random fact. What the fuck is that fucking noise? And now I'm fucking stuck. None of my keys work. I can move my head around, but nothing works. Escape doesn't work. Space doesn't work. Fuck's sake, dude. Blarg. They get buggier and buggier as they go on. Fun. Nice. Cool. Well, I know that way is north, so that way is like northwest.
Hello? Is anyone there? I need help. Please. Hello? Can anyone hear me? Oh, thank goodness. Okay. And now I have a flashlight, a compass. I'm wearing a red jacket. I thought all it did was light up the trees and I remember passing a small stream early. I'm walking towards west right now because I remember walking east when I came here. Oh, thank goodness. I see it. I'm at a trail intersection now, but I can't remember if I should take the right trail or the left to get back to the
Trail intersection, so that's what we should look for. But there's a lot. Tower 11. And I was looking this way, so he's in there somewhere. What?
Are both of these? I'm just so anxious about making a mistake and going further away from the road. Please help.
Oh, why that noise though?
Oh, I am an idiot.
Yes.
I'm literally an idiot. Okay.
It's still there. That fucking tinnitus sound. Ridiculous. All right. So I'm facing northwest. He's on this trail. He's facing west. I don't fucking know how to read this, dude. I don't know how to read a map. You kidding me?
I'm at a trail intersection now, but
Take the left trail.
I knew it. I thought it looked familiar.
You're welcome.
I couldn't have trusted myself with this decision. Thanks for helping me through this.
You're welcome. Hope you reach back to the trailhead safely.
I'm right here.
What do you mean?
I hear you. I hear your whistles.
That's not me.
What?
That's not me.
Freaking me out.
Holy moly. Holy moly. What took you so long in there? I've been knocking for hours. I was asked to check in on you. What were you up to, pal? I was visiting a lost hiker. At this hour, may the Lord be merciful. Anyways, got your tower supplies here, just the usual essentials. Here you go. Feels like I'm gonna pass out if I keep holding this one more second. While you're down there, gets kind of lonely out here in the woods, don't you think? Maybe I take this big head off and get a load off my mind, if you know what I mean. What were you doing there last night? What do you mean? Up north. Why were you there? I wouldn't screw around out there, pal. I was requested to investigate a campfire smoke. Oh, Lord have mercy. Nasty business up there, pal. Bobcats and bears. You be careful out there, pal. These woods aren't normal and there's stuff out there that would love to get a piece of you. Not to mention you'd be quite a distance from help if anything happened. I've got enough to keep me occupied here. Absolutely, it's a busy job. I've been hearing you been a bit on edge. Everything all right? Mention the skull. Oh, Lord have mercy. Did you take a photo of it before cleaning it up? Oh, fuck. Was that an option? I didn't think about it. You know what? It's best we don't dwell on these things, pal. Besides, we can't do anything without the evidence. Anyway, it's getting late. I better get back now. Just keep watch. Thanks for the supplies. Suppose I'll get up. God damn it. I'll get up from my crouch position. Do I just throw them anywhere? Need more food. I guess I'll just eat this cold. Yep, I'll just eat it cold. No, I won't. I guess I won't. Oh, do I throw it in the mic? Ah, in the microwave. Sure. Put it on for 420. Let's eat in bed. More eating noise. Hey, we got tinnitus noises. We got eating noises. Man, no one gives a shit about your ears, man. Fuck your ears. Eat the last one, you fat fuck. Now get up. Stand up. Put the shit away. Okay, whatever. Yep, had a report for the night, right. Okay. Temperature is 56.1. $25 knots. Miss. Clear. Windy. There you go. Alert, alert, cloud spotted. All right, I gotta fucking shut the goddamn things again. Fucking every time. Jesus, fuck me in the butthole. Who are you? No need to be alarmed, I'm a worker. I was just doing some routine maintenance on the radio tower over there. Thought I'd say hi to the new guy everyone's talking about. What's your name? Names can be deceiving. Call me Silas, Yellow. Nice to meet you. Do you usually work this late? Every Sunday, just trying to keep the communication lines open. We must ensure that the right message reach the right places, wouldn't you agree? I agree, fire risks high this season. Absolutely, but some fires are meant to burn and no amount of prevention can stop them. Nature has its own plan. Some things can't be controlled no matter how hard we try. Sometimes disasters are just another form of cleansing, a way for the land to purify itself. I'll see you around, Silas. Have a good night, Jack. Hope you sleep well, but remember, curiosity can lead you to places you'd rather not go. Farewell, Jack. I don't know how to take a picture. Take a picture. Take a picture of him. I don't know how to take out my camera. I don't have a camera. Shit.
Smoke coming out of your tower. Don't tell me you're not in there. New guy, you there?
I suppose.
Copy now.
Loud and clear.
Finally. I've been trying to reach you for a while now. Where have you been?
Ran into Silas downstairs.
Ran into who?
The guy maintaining that nearby radio tower.
Is this about yesterday?
What do you mean?
You trying to yank my chain now?
What do you mean?
That radio tower's been out of service for ages now. It was closed down years ago after a lightning strike fried its systems, and its repair cost was deemed too costly.
Well, fuck.
Its repair date was postponed until the next big funding, which is no time soon, according to Mitch.
Well, then who did I just talk to?
Look, if what you're saying is true, it could be another one of those goons playing pranks on you.
He knew my name.
Knew your name? You think he's been listening?
I don't know.
Either way, disguising as a staff member is strictly forbidden according to park guidelines.
You think?
Next time you see him, get his information, or take a photo. We need to figure this out.
I got this.
Anyways, I'm seeing that you've already reported. I think I'm gonna hit the sack now.
Good night,
Tower
Connor.
12, signing off.
Good
Over and
night.
out.
Over and out. Vincent giving a sub to look at this photograph. My unease was starting to grow with each passing day. When I signed off that night, I told myself it was just a change of environment that I needed to get used to. The strangeness I'd seen so far in those woods was not enough to cause an alarm yet. However, that would soon change.
New guy, you got a minute?
All right. I'll get rid of them. I'll get them out of here for a day. I don't think they'll come back. We'll see. I was getting good. I'm sorry. On Ganga, if you want to handle it, you can unban them. That is your right as a mod if you want to see where their ramblings lead. But I didn't care. New guy, you got a minute? I'm listening.
Well, good news. Just heard we've got a new system update on the computer.
Okay.
They just wanted me to let you know. They say it's an important security update.
Okay.
No more snoopers, I guess.
How do I update the computer?
Well, to be honest with you, all this new technology, it's not really my thing. Dare I say it, these computers are probably going to take all our jobs one day. Anyways, for now, use the console to run the new system update.
And we knew that all the way back with Rainbow 98.
I'm sure a young man like you can figure it out.
On it. Thanks, I got it. Update package code. Ready to wield some digital magic with console type help. Oh. Four three four 6084. Oh, there we go. Hookin! What up, 8? Has been a moderator for 6 months. You've been a moderator longer than that, haven't you? Pretty sure. They just started it 6 months ago, is what you're saying. Hawk MB with 12 months. Oh, a shitbox resets it. Oh no, you're right. So then you can tell when was the last time you got shitbox. That's funny.
Look upon the heart, upon the heart. I'm a god. How can you kill a god? What a grand and intoxicating innocence. I'm a god. How can you kill a god? Shame on you, sweet Marabar.
I am now off for the long weekend.
Thank you, Vincent.
Let us rejoice.
Or I mean, Spencer.
Dagger. ZK.
Let's reset that 6 months. All right, Hookin, there you go. Blorp. Now you've been a mod for nothing, for 0. Oh, right, so I gotta get up. Something turned off my light. Oh, fuck. Wait, there's gas in here, isn't there? Yep, here we go. That's cool. The door is see-through. Time was flying by. Connor's generator was under maintenance, which meant I had to cover his area for the past 2 days. When there are no fires going, the only thing I'd have to do is check in on Connor twice a day. Might have been the only time I ever talked. Unless I was talking to myself. 2:34 a.m.
We got another one.
Another what?
I know it's late, but you're gonna want to see this one, Jack.
Okay.
Jack?
Yeah.
Jack? I
Yeah.
need you to wake up.
I'm coming, dude.
Copy?
Yes. Let me get up and copy you.
Jack, you copy?
Right here, Connor.
Tell you what, I don't have the energy to do this right now.
What happened?
I've been here busting my ass, working on that old piece of garbage generator. And now I'm seeing this. Seeing more smoke to my west. Looks like we got another camper. It appears to be in your sector. You see the campsite from your end?
Let me have a look.
You know what? I don't have it in me to deal with this crap tonight. I'm gonna let you deal with this one.
Oh, gee, thanks.
If they don't run away this time, take their photos and IDs.
Okay.
And if things get worse, don't hesitate to call HQ for help. Update me tomorrow morning. I'm gonna get some rest.
Okay. Oh, there they are right there. See them. Where's my Knox? There's Grandma Knox there. Oh, fuck. I didn't know what to make of it. Only thing that made sense at the time was to take evidence of it. I don't even know where the fuck do I put my camera? Anybody know where my camera is? Yeah, no. Check my ass. Have you checked your ass? If it was in your ass, you know. You guys are so funny and original. Oh, space to take photo. Fuck you, game. Really? The flash on. Oh! I thought I could get down to the hiding spot. I thought I was gonna hide in the fucking porta potty. Yep, under the bed. I forgot there was another there's an under the bed hide command too. I forgot about that.
We got another one.
Because it's not always there.
Jack, you copy? I've been here busting and seeing more smoke to my west. Seeing more smoke to my west.
Yeah, okay.
You know,
That guy got here quick. them titties. Give me them titties. Give me them titties. I want to see your asshole. Give me them titties. Give me them titties. Give me them titties. I want to see your asshole.
Be quiet.
Okay. Okay. As adrenaline kicked in, I hit the gas and drove to the nearest ranger cabin. Out of breath, I radioed in to alert the HQ. Look, Jack, we all get a little stir-crazy out here, Mitch answered. Next morning, authorities allegedly ran a small investigation of the area, but of course they met with no signs of misconduct. No one ever believed my story, dismissing it as a product of isolation. Just stick to looking out for fires, Mitch offered. However, that was the last time I ever set foot in those woods. Set my foot in those woods. The unease still sits heavy in my stomach. Even though many years have passed, the experience still feels vivid in my memory. My family thought I was making this whole thing up, which is really out of my character, but I know what I saw. Real or not, after dark, these woods can become a haven for illegal activities. So if you plan on going camping soon, please be safe.
Oh, that's too big.
Thank you twice, Paler, because I didn't thank you when I was hiding in the shitter.
Doesn't help.
So I'll thank you now. Thank you. And thank you, Gorilla Burrito, for gifting a sub to Co's Burner. Co's Burner account. Yeah, what did they do that was so bad? No idea. I mean, the only time they ever did anything bad was when they killed me, and I wouldn't have known they killed me because I'd be dead. No, he thanks Jacksepticeye for whatever reason. I don't know why. All right, there's 4 of them. On to number 5. How do we do on the achievements here? Tip the waitress. Oh, big tip then. Because I tipped her 15%, not 50. Or, score 500 more in the mini game. Okay, I didn't do that. And what's the hidden achievement? Complete watching the employee training video. Oh, what? I did that. I saw it in the, didn't I see it in the recycle bin or something? Or was that, no, that was the other game. That was the previous game. I didn't even see that there was a employee training video. Now I'm curious. Oh, Jack, Septic did the voice for that video. Okay. Where is it? It is on the PC. I guess I just didn't see it, man. I should have started from a different area. You know what? I think I'm gonna do that. Oh, fuck you. Because there's a bunch of bullshit I have to do on that chapter to get it going. So I'm gonna start from a different save. I threw it out the tower. I threw it out the tower!
New guy, do you copy? Tower 11, do you copy? Nobody bothers to get you up.
Oh. Okay, let's see. Oh, fuck, employee flash drive media. Plant interview.
And we are back. So how do you feel about being a plant? Do you moisturize? Fascinating. What do you do for a living? Uh-huh. Yeah? How does that work? Wow.
So stupid.
Everyone's been wondering, how's the marriage with the wife? Sir, there's no need for that language. Sir, calm down. What did you just say? Nobody talks to me like that on my show. What the f did you just say? Get over here, you piece of shit.
Hi, everyone. I'm Ron Ross, and I'm here to paint with you. Today, I got some cool paint. This is something called testicular green. It reminds me of my wife. I love my wife. Anyways, a little water there. Time to switch brushes. Oops, that's the wrong brush. That's my needle. I'll save that for later. Ah, there it is, the basting brush. This brush is really great for painting in those details. I think I'll put a little tree here. This is where I buried the bodies. You know what would look good here? A nice, happy cabin right there. Reminds me of when I had an affair with my wife, with a squirrel. Enough about me. Let's read some fan mail. Sent in by you guys. Eviction notice. Forget the fan mail. We'll be right back after this commercial break.
I was just seeing if there's anything in the recycle bin. I'm about high enough for this, I think.
Welcome to Ironbark State Park. If you're watching this video, then let me be the first to say, congratulations! You have been commissioned by the Ironbark Fire Department to protect one of the most prestigious parks in the state of Washington. Established in 1897, we've been known as one of the safest parks in America. We hope you can keep it that way for many years to come. This training video will ensure that you work to the best of your abilities. You have been selected as one of our fire lookout observers. This is a truly rewarding job which requires many hours of hard work. You will be working in our state-of-the-art lookout towers. And the following is a list of responsibilities you will have. Keep watch for fire. Fire isn't going to be noticeable all of the time, so also keep watch for smoke. Make sure to know what color the smoke is. It may be crucial information. Fires are best stopped before they spread out of hand. Keep records of daily temperature. When the temperature rises, it is best that we have those recorded. The science nerds at the Panoramic Preservation Society require us to note all changes in temperature. We think it's best not to get into a lawsuit. Keep records of daily wind speed. Wind is a big factor when it comes to fire. Use the anemometer to scientifically gather the data. After collecting the data, input it into our state-of-the-art service reporting form. This is a highly complicated form, often used by NASA employees. So don't be too ashamed if you can't figure it out at first. You have the privilege of using such a form. Keep campers out of unregistered campgrounds. The campers might start a campfire which could lead to a wildfire. They will not always listen to authority, so take precaution when escorting them. Make sure to note whether the person is a threat. If you're worried about your safety, do not hesitate to dial 911. Keep maintenance of the park. Make sure the park is kept clean. We have a status to uphold. Now that you know most of the duties that a fire lookout has, you're ready to start. We hope that you have a great season out there on the tower. Try not to damage any of the equipment. And remember, if you see smoke, don't joke. Call the authorities and notify them of the predicament immediately.
Ligma balls, pee pee poo poo, Tommy. Alright. We did it. Alright. Top of the morning. That's the name of the video. All right. What do we got next? Woodbury Getaway. It'd probably be the last one for the day, I'd imagine. Because I don't have someone to do the second or the Scratch Creek with. I'll have to ask Katie if she wants to do it at some point. Okay. Let's put the new info in. Woodbury Getaway. Okay, let's play.
I can go anywhere.
Suck my dick.
Friends to know.
My nephew. December 8th. Oh, did it give a year? Needed coffee to get done with the day. You needed water, I know. Oh, that? Okay. Empty cup, not this. Not this. Okay. Orange Willie, thank you for giving a sub to LeVar Burton. Oh. Okay. Need to use the restroom. Oh my god, I hear someone back here typing away and I can't go look at him because of invisible walls. There we go. What do you want, Sid? I'm trying to get this done. Just checking if you need anything. Can't these clients ever make up their minds? I know. What keeps you here so late again? Just wrapping up. Hey, listen, I'm trying to get this done now. Okay. Oh, am I a woman? Oh shit, I am a lady. Oh, sorry. Gotta have the peeing sound, of course. Didn't even wipe, dude. Joe fucking... You fucking piece of shit. I'm so sorry, ma'am. I didn't know you were in here. How are you? Not too bad, ma'am. I was just finishing up my cleaning rounds. I like to clean late because it's pretty quiet at this hour. You working late again, huh? Yeah, well, you young folks sure do put in the hours. Make sure to take care of yourself. You too. I was done with it? Okay, here, clean this up. You need to stop that now. Need any help with anything? I'm just about done with my rounds. Thank you for your money, though. I do appreciate your money.
Usually nobody
Are you
is
gonna
blowing
clean
up
that
the school
up?
this time of night, but first time for everything.
You need to stop that now. I'm gonna keep doing it, dude. Fuck you. Tell me. You gotta be kidding me. You think it's funny? Clean up your own mess. Oh, he still has more dialogue. You need to stop that now. Okay. Now we're repeating. Okay. Kiss Glue, thank you for the 100 bits. Usually nobody's blowing up the stall time. First time for everything. Yellow. Go for Sydney Harper.
Hey, Harp, it's Mike.
Hey, Mike.
I've been trying to call your cell for the last 2 hours. It just keeps going to voicemail. Is everything alright?
Yeah, my battery dies at the worst times.
Oh, snap. I was starting to think maybe you were ignoring me.
No, it even cut out on a client earlier.
I'm just kidding.
Jesus.
Anyway, what are you still doing at work? It's getting kind of late.
Just more overtime.
Damn, Harp, that sounds rough. Good thing I called to cheer you up.
Yeah, totally, Mike.
About our trip, did you get a chance to book the rental house? Just really wanted to see you. And Nora.
I was gonna do it after work.
No worries, Harper. I don't want to stress you out. As long as you book it tonight, I think it'll be fine. Hey, I was thinking, since we both live in the city, maybe I could pick you up and ride together. It'd be nice to catch up.
We got divorced for a reason, Mike.
You know, save on gas and relive the good old days. Just a little bit of Mike and Sydney time before Nora gets there.
Sure, sounds good. Oh, which one? Sure.
Great. I guess I'll let you get back to work then.
Okay.
Oh, wait, one more thing.
What?
When you book the rental, please make sure to keep it under $100 a night.
No promises.
Nora and I were talking, and she's been on a pretty tight budget. Things haven't been going very well for her.
Okay. Oh, shit. So I gotta put space in there for accuracy, I guess. I didn't know that. Fun wife bear. Oh, not bad. Okay. Did I get an achievement? I didn't. What? Oh, beat the minigame with 70 plus HP. I had 60. You fucking cunt. What did he ask me to search for? Like a vacation spot or something? Was there a specific thing that he said? Rentac, why is it? Oh my God, it's typing for me. I was like, why is it doing that? I was trying to type in rental. It's doing it for me. That's great. Where are you going? Woodbury. $350 a night, $249, $99. There we go. Hey, I'm assuming you get hundreds, if not thousands, of stories sent daily, so I'll give you a basic rundown of something that happened to me. I'm sorry if some of it is written weird, but I was rushed. When I was in my early 20s, I worked at a big consulting firm in my city. Life at the firm was a constant juggle of deadlines, client meetings, and trying to prove my worth, which didn't leave much room for leisure, let alone a social life. The job paid well, sure, but at the expense of my mental peace. I'm Sydney Harper, and this story takes place during one of those days. One of my college friends, Mike, suggested that we take a weekend getaway to rural Vermont, which sounded like a perfect break from the cycle of work. My other friend, Nora, was quick to jump on board as well. The plan was simple. We rent a small cabin, close our shift early on Friday, leave, and be back on Monday. Mike came to pick me up. 2 days later. Afternoon, quite chilly today, eh? Seen you around and I haven't had a chance to introduce myself. I'm Gail. I'm Sydney. Nice to meet you. You're on the 10th floor, right? I'm on the 8th. How do you know? I've just seen you a few times getting off at the 10th floor when I'm home late from work. What do you do? Me? I'm a software engineer. What about you? I work at a consulting firm downtown. Oh, I see. Anyways, hope you have a great rest of your day. I need to get some groceries before the snow starts. You too. Nice PSP, by the way. Escape to hang up? Oh, I guess I fucking ignore him. I forgot my suitcase in the elevator first. God damn it, dude. Okay. Oh, rent a cabin, Rick Wilson. Hi, Sydney. Thanks for booking on my property. 10 to 12. I'm Rick, your host. Let me know if you have any questions. Feel free to contact me for anything. Looking forward to hosting you. Thanks, Rick. Thanks, Rick. We're looking forward to it. Just confirming the check-in 3 p.m. Yes, that's correct. The key will be in a lockbox. The code is 5176. Call me if you have any trouble getting it open. Have a safe trip. Thank you. All right, from Michael. Jesus. Yo, Harp, how you been? Mike, I'm literally so tired. Just about turning for the night. What about you? Not much. Just keeping things afloat, my friend. How's work at the new firm? Pretty much the same as the old job, just coding my life away, but the pay is better anyway. I've been thinking about our chat from earlier today. Oh, Mike, I really don't know. Getting away sounds fun, but it'll be so much work getting packed and leave for the weekend. All I'm gonna do is think about all the work I should be getting done at the office. Listen to yourself, Harp. We're talking about a nice, relaxing weekend getaway, and all you're focusing on is how to make relaxing. I haven't had a real break in ages, Mike. I'm not even sure I remember how to relax anymore. I work all day, and when I get home, all I think about is work that just didn't get finished. It's hard to just unplug, you know? And that's exactly why I should come. Think of it this way, Sydney Harper. You're like a battery, full of power and productivity. What happens when you run the battery too long? It loses its charge. We've got to put you back on the charger, Harp. Go back to work after the weekend with more energy, 20% more productivity, I bet. Come on. Who knows? Maybe you'll thank me later. Plus, Nora is really excited about it. It wouldn't be the same without. Sorry, passed out last night. Damn it, fine. All right, I'll check in with HR and see you tomorrow. Take your time, Harp. We're here for you. Yo, Harp, we can voicemail everything okay, blah, blah, just booked. Do you ever answer the phone anymore? Call me, please. I'm off work now. Okay, pulling in the garage. Okay, pulling in the garage. There he is. Pick it up, bitch. Harp. I will hug him. Oh, you smell like hookers. That's still how you hug people? Why don't you hug me like you missed me? Just a test hug to see if you smelled first. Fair enough, but for the record, I showered for the occasion. Nothing is too good for Sydney Harper. Haha, long hug. You look good. So do you, Mike. You can just throw your stuff in the bag. We'll get on our way. All right then, Harp. Are you ready to hit the road? Let's do this. Oh, I should ask where Nora is. 4:26 p.m. This is actually a gift from my coworker, Ricky. Said he found it at a garage sale and it reminded him of me somehow. I can see a little bit of resemblance. It's the cowboy spirit, I guess. Not much signal when you're out this far. Great. Harp, isn't it weird we used to dream about escaping our college and now we're here. Now here we are, trying to escape from the life we wanted to live. Funny how that works. Change is just hard, like trying to adjust to the new job. How's your new job going? We're working on this project that uses machine learning to predict market trends. It's pretty cutting edge stuff. Sounds like you're shaping the future. Not quite Tony Stark yet, but I'll take it. You know, I never understood, what do consultants even do? I will explain. That sounds like important work. Harp, do you ever miss college? Only the cafeteria food. Holy, I miss those tacos. It's nearly 5 p.m. and I received a confirmation text from you. Just want to check in, make sure everything is okay. The roads near Woodbury can be a little dangerous if you're not from the area. Please let me know when you arrive. Thanks, Rick. We're on our way and should be around 6 p.m. Oh my god, a bus. There's too much shit happening. Fuck you guys. See that school bus? See what? There was a school bus by the old house. Maybe it's a project. You know, someone's idea of turning it into a new tiny home on wheels or something. I've read people do that on the internet. We're on our way at 6 p.m. Snow slowed us down quite a bit. Thanks for checking in. Okay, please confirm when you check in. Travel safe. Okay, I will. Thank you. There's a deer. There you go. Or an elk. Okay, oh, that was close. You know, I read on the internet that in Native American lore, seeing a deer cross your path is like getting a message from the universe. How much longer is this fucking drive? A female deer? Can we listen to the static, please? How far is it now? Should be about an hour and a half from here. You know, driving through the snow kind of feels like we're traveling through intergalactic space. Look at the way snowflakes swirl around the headlights.
I do appreciate it.
It's like stars and galaxies rushing past
Does the deer
us.
have a little dog? Yeah. $2.
Ah,
Nyuk,
nyuk,
nyuk.
nyuk. Thank you, Kiskaloo. It's kind of beautiful. The drive has to be long enough to get past the refund deadline. None of these games have been more than 2 hours, so I could easily refund the entire bundle. I wouldn't do that, though. Yo, Harp, check that out. Moe's Pizza. Well, are we gonna get out? You know, Harp, I gotta tell you, these new GPS systems are something else. They are really. Just want to let you guys know, if you wanted to know what we're doing tomorrow, we got a 100-monther game tomorrow before you check out for the day. We're gonna be playing some Outbreak or Outbreak for Kiskaloo's 100-month sub appreciation stream tomorrow. So I've never played it. I'm gonna check it out for the first time tomorrow. Maybe we'll get a group of people. Fuck, I don't know. Like, if you guys want to join me and you have the game, I don't know how it works, but we'll figure it out tomorrow. We're definitely playing it. Whether I play solo or with a bunch of people, who knows? But there we go. Oh my god, it's Herbert! This pizzeria is exactly where it appeared on my GPS. It's like living in the future. I'm so hungry, I think I eat a whole pizza myself. Me too. All right then, Harp, let's Operation Pizza Pit Stop is a go. Prepare to land. I fucking hate this guy already. I hate jerk-offs like this who try too hard. Oh. Oh, Friends 3 Eva. Oh my god, it's...
Because I am the
worst player and a giant idiot.
There is a passenger princess option that lets me be your passenger, Zeke, and run the camera and navigate.
Nice!
So that should be fun.
That should be fun. I love it, Kiskaloo. That sounds great. Oh my god, did you guys hear about Taylor and Baxter? Let me guess. Baxter got pregnant and now they're planning a Star Wars themed baby shower. I can see it now. Birth announcement that says the force is strong with this one. Mikey, didn't they tie the knot? Tell me to get married. Totally do this. So cute. All you need is love. The Beatles. I was so happy for them. They make me believe in love again. Right? I always thought they were so cute together. Remember Taylor telling me at Metal Beatles tribute concert in high school. It's so cute. That's goals. Our college friends are moving on with their lives and getting married, and here I am busting my ass revising designs for a company I don't even care about. Blah. Seriously, I feel you, girl. May as well put a bed in my office because it feels like I live here. We're practically zombies at this point. Exactly. And I miss the city. My social life is officially dead. Syracuse just doesn't hit the same. Can't believe it's been a year since we last time we saw each other. Ladies, I have a proposal. Not the same kind as Baxter had for Taylor, but a proposal. How about we find a rental house and yeah, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Getaway sounds like a lot of work. Yada, yada, yada. Think about it, Harpy. Okay. Honestly, the more I think about it, yeah, all right, I'm in. Good. I'll bring some pizza supplies. Not the kind of wake and bake, but Mikey has in mind, but it'd be so good. Harp, would you mind taking the lead on booking the house? You've always got a knack for finding a great place to stay. Me, but the cat, am I supposed to do that? I'm excited.
Here's the thing, guys. I'm totally into the weekend getaway. Snag on my end.
What are you waiting for? I'm trying to get away from this loud fucking noise so I can hear this fucking message. Man.
Here's the thing, guys. I'm totally into the weekend getaway, but there's a little snag on my end. Money has been... Well, you know better than anyone that my financial situation hasn't been the best all the way back.
So she's poor and she's broke is what she's saying. And there's no fucking subtitles, which there should be.
Work isn't really pouring in right now, and I'm having trouble keeping up with the bills. Not to mention, I really need to put a new set of tires on the car. If we could find something in the ballpark of $100 per night, I think I can still make it work. I really miss you guys. Just, I don't know. Let me know if that's okay with you. I hate to be a drag on the trip and totally understand if you want to go without. But if you can find something under $100, I'm still good for the pizza and wine. I hope I get to see you both soon.
That's it. She's just saying she's cheap, she's broke, she can't afford anything over $100. Blah, blah, blah. Come on in, Harp. Thank you. Mike, you have any recommendations? Get the cheese. Just the cheese. Evening, folks. The cold's got everyone craving pizza tonight. You fine folks know what you want to eat? We'll get 3 slices each. I'll go with pepperoni, cheese, and a veggie. What for you, miss? Cheese. 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 Any drinks for you folks? That should cover us. Just the pizzas today, thanks. All right, then. 6 hot slices coming right up. That'll be $22.50. What up, Knack? Your order number is 27. Just grab a seat and we'll call you up when the pizza's ready.
My face looks perfectly fine.
You could also use some Botox while you're at it. Actually, maybe you should just work as a studio light engineer behind the camera. I think it would be better field of work for you.
You only got your job because your sister works at the mixing board. You would have never been able to work here if it wasn't for her. I'd like to see you work the ENG.
I don't know who the other one is, but I know one is Queso.
I'm a certified news anchor.
Shut up. Is everybody eating with their fucking mouth open? How's the pizza? Pizza's great, actually. I think Moe's might have ruined other pizzas for us. This is our first time in the area. You from here? Oh no, we're on our way to a conference in the next town over. Not too much further to go.
What is the difference between a
stopped
pickpocket
eating
and a
wherever place
peeping
looks
Tom?
good Definitely has a
One
cozy vibe.
snatches
Best
watches,
decision of the trip
the
so
other
far.
watches snatches. Zekalul, Zekalul.
Thank you, Knack, with the 44 months. Yeah, what's the difference between a pickpocket and a peeping Tom? Well, one snatches watches, and you don't have to finish it. Kind of like, what's the difference between a bunch of fast pygmies and a girls' track team? Or excuse me, smart pygmies and a girls' track team. Well, one is a bunch of cunning runts. Or what's the difference between a nun in church and a nun in a bath? Well, one of them has hope in her soul. How about you, local, just passing through? We're headed to a rental in Woodbury. Woodbury, huh? We passed the sign for that, didn't we, Chris? All right, better get back. Yep, safe trip. Enjoy the pizza. Bye. I don't know why I stopped to talk to you. Long sniff. Smells so good in here. Shit. I'll never be able to hear this.
Oh, you guys are going to hate me. I swear I'll get on the road as soon as I can. But something last minute popped up. I'm not going to bore you with all of the details. The long and short of it is one of my clients needs a last minute change. Their payments are about the only thing keeping the lights on. I hate to leave so late, but I've got to keep them happy. I'll have this logo done before you know it and be on my way.
Okay, so she's held up. She's got delayed by work. Yeah, I just saw. We're supposed to be late. That's a bummer. I guess we'll have to start the phone without her. What can we do? Don't act like you don't know what I'm talking about. Order number 27, you folks right here. Okay. Thank you. All right, you folks are all set. Thank you. Again with the eating noises. Oh my fucking God, is this necessary? Oh damn, this pizza slaps! Can't believe Nora's missing out on this bomb-ass pizza. I know, right? Are you seriously taking 2 bites of every pizza and then calling it good? Oh, okay. No, alright, good. Good. Keep eating. Yes, eat the crust. Damn, Harp, you actually eat the crust? I'd eat a tire if I was hungry enough. Fair enough. But eat someone else's tires. We've still got a bit of driving to do. Funny, I'm funny. No, my favorite is pizza crust. If they give you like a side of, and I know this is my fat boy talking, but like side of garlic butter with that pizza crust. You dip it in the garlic butter. Oh, shit. Right mouse button to burp. There you go. Can I do it again? Can I keep going? Nope. Okay. I guess I'll get up. Holy, that was good. All right then, are you ready to get out of the road? Maybe we can beat the worst of the snow. Give me the keys. Harp, the weather is awful. Why don't you drive part of the way home? That's what I was going to say. Take a break while I drive, Michael. I'm afraid of what kind of break you're going to give me, Harp. Give me the keys so we can go. Fine, there's one condition. I get first choice of bedrooms when or if we get there. Deal. Okay. I love that these guys are just like... Come on, let's go. Hold on, let me take a shit first. Hey, can I take a shit somewhere? Give me recommendations? Oh, get the cheese. Okay. God damn it. Fucking door out. Alright. So I assume this game is made on a budget? All games are made on a budget.
Good evening, Vermont. This is your host on WKWB, your hometown station, bringing you the best tunes to warm your hearts on this chilly night. As we embrace
Sorry.
the first snowfall of the season, there's nothing like a perfect song to set the mood. So here's a track that'll make you feel right.
I crashed Mike's truck. Again.
Stay warm and stay tuned.
Fuck the police!
I don't want to talk about what's wrong or right. Pitch me up on the mic, spitting what I like.
Hi, my name is Go Carnage. I'm a streamer on Twitch and a game developer.
God, I hate ads in the middle of my songs.
Be here 100 years, so let's appear online and don't fight, man. I'm trying to make something from nothing and get some memories, cause there is plenty of me lurking in the streets, but you're certain that your purpose is surplus to what's to me. You cannot pick up the phone.
Oh, here's a cutscene. We're gonna jump off the bridge. Oh, I guess not.
But if it's where we're headed, I don't want to recollect it. Talk the moment, cause alone is feeling the direction. So hit me back and I'll send you some love. Don't intercept on me, cause I just want to be your one. Like real, check me out. I'm the man of the minute and feeling different from some instances that fuck me up. I want to be the one that saves you, but I don't really blame you. If you want to be known, then I won't control you.
Is this Digimon? Yes, it is.
Digimon, digital monsters, Digimon are the champions.
No, I haven't watched Obsession yet. Is it out on streaming services yet? Shackled by lust? Jesus sets free. On that ass.
I keep a ride on my side. I like the words out of mouth, seems to lighten my life.
It's out now? Okay. I'll look for it. Yeah, I've been waiting to watch it.
And besides, no one can take her up and out of my life. I think the words come together well, and that's no
Oh, I drove past our cabin at first.
Without no wishing it, feeling like a plane trying to soar in the sky. But without you, feel so hesitant. I can't lie. I'm trying to be a millionaire before I'm 25. Maybe I'm like halfway. Maybe I can make it there. I ain't trying to slow down, cause I'm trying to retire my mama and my old man. I don't worry about all the drama, yeah. Yeah, I
You know what? Fuck it. Let's just get out. It's a very cold night. Are we sure we can park here? I don't know.
But I hope I get it right.
How about here? Is this better, dipshit? I think the address was 241 Woodbury Boulevard. That one. Okay.
Walk over the mountains, find a new home, away from where the town is. I could spend a year alone and never miss a soul. I could try my hardest and I'll never reach my goals. I know that don't lead me.
This should be it. I was out of practice with driving. I thought you were gonna keep driving there. It was a quaint little house in a quiet neighborhood. Oh, right. 5176. Oh my fucking god, would you please? Here. Oh, I can make more lasagna. What? What a great place. I knew we could count on you. It smells so nice in here. Right? But I really need to hit the John. Take your time, Mike. While I'm gone, can you put these groceries away? Should be enough space in the fridge. House was cozy and well furnished. Oh. There you go. Right through the door. Sorry about that. Are you okay? Long drive and all that. Pizza really did a number on me. Hang on. I really need to pee. Go ahead. I'll start unpacking our bags. Thanks. Smell alone told me pizza had really done a number on Mike. And here's the pee meter. Pee and poopy. Let me text Rick while I'm on the John. We've checked in. Lid's probably warm, yeah. Can I open the shitter? The window, I mean, the shitter window? Least I could do. Oh, I hate to admit, but I didn't wash my hands after peeing. Oops. Damn it. Feeling better after the drive? Much better now. So ready to check out the house? Sounds good to me. Oops. There we go. Now I feel better. The living room is bigger than my apartment. Fucking every time. God damn it. I should expect it. Oh, hey, you're here. Who are you? Welcome to my home, sweet home. What a lovely young couple. We're just friends. Oopsie daisy, silly me. We didn't expect anyone to be here. Oh, I was out looking for my cat earlier and I remembered that the TV had been on the fritz here. Just thought I'd stop by and try to get it working again since the last few folks left a bad word for it. You know, they say treat your guests like family. My family doesn't go without TV. Speaking of that, now that you folks are here, let me show you around my sweet home. Right now, I'd be a bad owner if I didn't give you the grand tour. Host was a middle-aged man with a nervous energy. Here's your shower. That thing will make you feel like you're bathing under a waterfall in the Amazon jungle. Oh, this sink doesn't work, unfortunately. Not to worry, I'll get it fixed for you real soon. Let me show you the other bedroom now. Look, Harp, this room has a nice-ass view. You think that's nice, mister? Wait till I show you the deck. Follow me now, please. I never understood taking a tour of the house. Like, if I'm staying here, I'll look around. I promise. I swear to God, I'll look. Holy smokes, this is incredible. Definitely. Glad you folks like it. This is one of my favorite spots. The view of the creek is beautiful. It's a great spot for fishing too. All right, folks, let's head back in before I catch the cold here again. This view is awesome. Is it? This is a view of a backyard with a shitty fence. Here's the storage room. If you need anything, tools, extra blanket, whatnot, it's all in here. If the power ever goes out, you can use this flashlight here on my right. Storms like these, you never know. Thanks. All right, folks, let's head downstairs now. Alrighty, folks, see, you already stocked up the fridge with some tasty food. You see the knob, turn the knob up for more cooling and down to cool it off. I know how fridges work. I tend to keep it low in the winter if the bill gets out of control. Speaking of winter, I better show you folks the water heater. Oh my fucking God. Do you really need to do this? Do we need to do this? Say, you folks into yaoi? I know, I learned it on my tour over in Japan, and it's something I've been into ever since. Feel free to look through all the picture books if you like. Nothing to worry about down here, just a water heater and some old storage stuff. If it ever stops working, just hit the button at the bottom. The pilot light will fire right up and you'll be back in business. Button at the bottom. Got it. Hey sir, what's the deal with that room over there? Nothing you two need to concern yourselves with. Kinda use this basement as storage. Renters don't need the space, they really ought to keep upstairs. Okay, well I was just curious. That's fine. That's not suspicious at all. Did I mention? Well, no, maybe I ought to keep it to myself. The fella I bought this house from, well, told me his mother died down here. Some guests have reported hearing voices at night, said they could hear something shuffling around down here. Not to scare you folks, but if I were one of you, I wouldn't really step down here. The looks on your face. Come on now, I'm just joking. You're hilarious, sir. At this point, my creep meter was quietly pinging around 6 out of 10. Just 6? Alrighty, folks, so starting to pick up. I'm gonna hit the road now. Gotta find that damn cat. Thanks for showing us around. By the way, what was the name of the booking? I must be getting old. It's Sydney. Ha, Sydney, that's right. A pretty name for a pretty girl. Is it just me or that dude is super weird? Very weird. Anyway, let's go see if there's anything good on TV. Actually, I'm gonna take a quick shower. Cool, I'll find something to watch while you're in there. Let me know if it feels like you're under a waterfall. What a weird guy. Thanks, see you in a bit. I'm just gonna go in the street and shower a little bit. There he goes. Just gotta see where he's going. Wow. I thought for sure that he would like blink out of existence by now. Oh, there it is. There's my invisible wall. Yep, straight through the bridge. There you go. Yep, all right. I had a feeling I probably regret that and would be anticlimactic, but I had to see. But they animate that guy for like, or they program that guy's AI the whole way, which is, you know, kind of impressive to be honest. I'm not gonna take my clothes off? Okay, sure. Wait, what do you mean this is why women don't feel safe walking home at night? You mean this is why middle-aged men don't feel safe? I was following him. Oh, maybe she's a never nude. Hey Harp, check this out. I found this fishing rod in the shed. Planning to catch dinner. Now that you mention, pretty epic addition to the trip. Let's do it. Hell yeah, follow me. There's another rod in the shed. We can both give it a shot. Great. Fishing mechanics. Exactly what I want in a game. I really hope that's not in Emberville. Do you want to grab the other fishing rod, Harp? Yeah, give me a second. Where is it? Oh, they're right there. Oh snap, I saw a killer recipe for baked carp. We need to catch 3 carp. Though you up for the challenge? Well, first things first, we need the right bait for the carp. Check out this bait information board. Whenever you're ready, grab a carp bait and let's head for the creek. We're gonna catch some, okay. Let me grab bait. There we go. The common carp cheese delight. Oh, those carp are biting today. Oh, okay. A bluegill?
Nice balls, bro.
You know, I think the old saying is right. A bad day of fishing is still better than a good day at work. Fuck off. Why is the slider so fucking like... There, Jesus. No! Dude. I guess I'll keep it. That's a great fish, Harp. But we're on a carp catching mission today. Toss that one back in. Okay, so I was right. Tossed it. Can we get to the scary part at least? At some point, please? There. There's always more. Yep. Wow, I threw it way the fuck over there. Oops. Shit. Yeah, he's not catching shit, dude. Fuck you. Oh my god! Thank you. Can we fucking move on? You want to head back? Throw these in the oven for dinner? Yes, let's do it. For fuck's sake, get up. Maybe in a little while. Shut the fuck up. As far as I know, carp are garbage fish. Like, you can eat them, but it's not recommended, right? Like, you can catch way better, tastier fish. While I'm cleaning the fish, do you mind prepping the marinade? I'm not sure how to do it. Take a bowl and throw in ginger paste, cooking oil, black pepper, salt, Italian seasoning, paprika, and yogurt. Oh. Fish and marinate in the casserole while I chop it. Okay. Yep. Loop. I need to add the fish first. Fuck off. Just 2? Okay. Why did we catch 3 then? We gotta fucking... Yes, I will add the veggies. 30 minutes at 400, you got it. Neither of those are vegetables, by the way. Those carp are going to taste amazing. While we wait for it to cook, how about we play some board games? I saw some in the room next to the living room. I guess we could. Grab whatever catches your eye. I can't wait to see what you pick. I saw some in the next room, next to the living room. Let's play Ouija board. That seems right. Oh snap, is that a Ouija board? Molly once told me how she contacted her dead grandma through one of these boards. I can't stand her spiritual bullshit. Hey, remember how the dude was acting weird about the basement? What if we tried this down there? That's a great idea. Okay, let's go. No, that's a shitter. Watch out for spiders. And my penis. You know what would make these even spookier? Let's turn off all these lights and see if the thing really works. Okay. Where's the fucking light switch? Wasn't there a fucking handle or something? I could have sworn I saw one. Oh, there we go. Good enough? Okay. Anyways, do you know how this works? Yes. Alright then, you go first. Are there any spirits who wants to talk to us? Yes. No way, are you moving it? That wasn't me. Okay, I got one too. How's the afterlife treating you, buddy? Hey, be respectful. Hey. I don't know what that spelled. What's your name? A. G. L. Agleman? The fuck? Come on, buddy, give us a sign. Let us know you're here. Holy crap! What the hell, Mike? Wait for me. I'm not usually one to believe in ghosts or spirits. But something, what? There's some freaky shit going on down there, Harp. That was weird. The weirdest part is when you ditched me. What the hell, Harp? I figured you would move your ass too. Would have been nice of you to check. Have you ever heard of fight or flight? Sydney, I'm sorry, okay? Whatever. Fish is done. Oh my god, hurry up! Can we get to this fucking shit? I think our show is about to come on. You want to watch TV while we eat? Sure. The TV doesn't work though. I thought.
See for yourself. Burgers so delicious, your eyes will pop out of your orbit.
Welcome back to Cooking with Jeffrey. I'm Jeffrey, and today we will be cooking asparagus chocolate cake with a spoonful of mayonnaise. This delicacy is very popular in Romania, where mayonnaise flows down the rivers like...
I didn't realize I had to serve myself.
So first, we are going to prepare the asparagus. Season these with a lot of salt. Salt is good for the bones. After
More chewing noises, hooray!
Bath, we can start making the chocolate. Take a couple cocoa beans. Yes, the cocoa beans need to be blended into the sauce with a little bit of vinegar.
So he cleaned the fish, but he didn't fucking debone it?
In there. The next thing we prepare is the mayonnaise. We stir fry this in a pan with...
Harp, that was some damn fine food. Twice as good since we caught the fish ourselves. It was really good. You make a great team, Harp. Hey, anyways, I need to check my emails real quick. Left my laptop upstairs. I thought we were taking a break from work. It's not work. I'm just waiting on shipment details for my new DS. All right, I'll be right back. Okay, I'll clean up.
With a little anesthesia to make sure it doesn't revolt against us. It gets very angry once it knows we're trying to cook it.
Shut up, dude. Okay. Nice bear. I think there's someone under my bed right now. Can you come upstairs? Oh, fucking seriously, dude. Is that your ploy? Oh, what? Oh, he's gonna jump out and scare me. Gotcha! What the hell, Mike? I totally got you. That was fun, wasn't it? That's not cool. Come on, man. It was just a joke. You want to go for the next round? How about a game of hide and seek? Fine. All right, you're on. I count to 10. I decided to hide in the basement. Decided to hide in the nook under the stairs. Okay. Yeah, I got it. I got it. That's where I'm going. Thanks. Aha, I got you. That wasn't even a challenge. I figured to be good at this since I never found you in the city. Maybe you need to look harder. All right, my turn to hide now. You better close your eyes and start counting. One Mississippi. 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, 4 Mississippi, 5 Mississippi, 6 Mississippi, 7, 10 Mississippi. Right now, here I come. Got you. Hang on, Harp. I think I heard something upstairs. We are upstairs, idiot. No kidding. No kidding, Sydney. I really heard something standing up there. Didn't you hear it? No, I did not. I swear on my life I heard something. I see this attic access door in here. Oh, okay. Couldn't reach it without a step stool. Help me, step stool, I'm stuck. God, where's the fucking step stool? Is this it right here? No. Behind you. All right. Oh, fuck. It's right fucking there. Ooh, that was gross. Jesus, there's a fucking cat. There's the cat he was looking for the whole time. Zeke! Oh, wasabi.
Zeke, I'm scared. I feel like an intruder is rearing to go for my virgin anus tonight just from watching this game being streamed.
Well, guard
Not
your
like
anus.
this.
Guard your anus carefully. Vincent, thank you for gifting a sub to Hillbilly Logic. Jay Lang with 103 and Wasabi with 80. Appreciate you guys. Yeah, nice kitty. Yeah. Hey, pal. It was just a cat. Oh, God damn it. There. Just a cat. Well, that's a relief. I was worried there for a minute. I think she was hungry. Oh yeah, maybe we can give her one of the carp after I come find you again. What? Oh. Fuck it. Why am I closing the door? Why do I even give a shit? Well, there's no microphone on me, so this, I just gotta say, this game really needs to pick up the fucking pace. Oh, there was something in the house that moved? So bored, I forgot to look. There you are. Damn, Harv, it took me a while to figure out you left the house. Anything we're doing is we're doing well. Close those pretty eyes now. I'm getting tired. Look, I'll hide in the house. We're headed back in anyways. Find me, we'll go to bed. Oh. Oh, there's a dude that walked in. Okay. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 10. Right now, here I come. Okay. Hi. What's going on? What happened? Well, hey there. Rick, why are you back? I'm fixing the faucet. You problem with that? You should have told us. Miss, this is my house. I don't need to check in with you every time I fix something. Never seen anyone fix a faucet with a hammer before. You ever fix many faucets yourself, young man? Didn't think so, so I'd imagine you don't know what tools you'll need. How long have you been here? Just going on a couple of minutes ago. If you heard anything before that, it must have been that old lady. Remember? Yeah, we need to go to bed now. You asked me to leave, miss? No, Rick, she's being polite. We rented this house and would like to have it to ourselves. We really don't want to have to call the law enforcement. Mike, please let me handle this. There ain't no cops in Woodbury, son. You think they're gonna arrest me, the homeowner, for fixing the faucet? I was just doing some work. If you can't handle that, it's your problem, not mine. You know what? If you folks don't like me fixing the faucet, I'll leave you to it. Thanks. How about you leave me to the fucking rest of the game? Oh, we gotta wait for him to walk all the way the fuck out? Good. We could have just done that before he walked out. After locking the door, we debated what to do. We agreed that there was something off about Rick from the start. It seemed like he enjoyed making excuses to come over unannounced. In the end, we decided Rick was weird, probably harmless. We attributed his behavior to an extreme lack of social awareness. Look, we already drove all the way out here. Let's just enjoy ourselves, Mike said. But by this time, I was feeling really tired. I decided to get some rest. 11:39 p.m. Are you still awake? Hard to sleep when someone's knocking on the door. You mind if I come in? I'd like to talk about something. Sure. Oh, fuck. What? Are you in love with me? Don't be in love with me. Storm is starting to get really bad. I can hardly see the truck in the driveway. I hope Nora's okay. She'll be fine. Don't worry, I'm here to keep you safe. That's nice of you, Mike. Hey, it's no problem at all. Guys are supposed to watch over people they care about, right? What are you talking about? What a day, huh? This isn't exactly how I thought our getaway was going to go, Sydney. What a strange day. Can you believe that guy? He just keeps wandering around the house like he owns the place. He does own the place. You know exactly what I mean, Sydney. He shouldn't just barge in the place whenever he wants. We rented the damn house. I mean, the guy is probably harmless, but I'm frustrated. Yeah, me too. I really need to sleep now, Mike. Why don't you come sit by me, Sydney? Okay. Harp, you know... Oh, fuck. I've missed this. Just talking. It's been too long. You know... You don't have to sleep alone tonight if you don't want to. Mike, where's this coming from? You act like you don't remember our trip to Oregon. I remember being pretty awkward. It didn't start out awkward, though. Mike, we had a lot to drink. Things happened. They sure did. I'm hoping maybe they can happen again. Mike, I don't even know what to say. You just let me worry about the details, Sydney. Mike, I don't think this is a good time.
Guys, I think I'm about 70 miles away from Woodbury, and my stinking tire just blew out. My brother said he checked them a few days ago, but, well, you know how reliable Joseph is. Anyway, it's snowing, and I'm on the side of the road on Highway 11 near Killington. There's a sign by the side of the road. It's hard to see. I think it says Kent Pond. I'm freaking the hell out. The snow is like half a foot deep, and I can't get the lug nuts off the tire. I hate to ask, but can you two come get me? Or help change the tire? I just want to get to the house, drink some wine on the couch, and cry. There's enough gas in the car to keep the heater running, but I'm going to lose my mind if I have to sleep in my car tonight. Please come get me.
What a timing, huh? But I guess we can't leave Nora. No, we can't. We better get ready. No, Sydney, you stay here and get some sleep. There's no sense of both of us freezing our asses off. Are you sure? Yeah, I'm sure. You're in pajamas and I'm still dressed. You just settle in and I'll help Nora. That's really nice, Mike. I always like doing nice things for you, Sydney. Please be careful. We'll finish talking about this later. You just get some good rest, stay warm. If you really feel like we have to. God, I don't. Ugh, without locking the front door. Hey, why don't you get some rest? I will. I'll crash for a bit. Take care of yourself, all right? Lock all the doors. Can you blame me? You sound like my dad. Can you blame me? How about a hug before we go? Fucking... Okay, fine. Fuck's sake, dude. Can we fucking do this? Drive safe, Mike. Bye. No. Okay. Is that... I don't know if it's locked. There's not a lock function. Did I do it? Are we good? Okay. There. Now fucking go to sleep. I told myself things would get better if I could just get some rest. Nora always knew how to cheer me up and I needed more by the minute. With her arriving soon, I decided to rest in the meantime. Oh my God, what? This better be the start of the horror game. Someone was at the front door. I saw you there, my friend. Please open the door. I'm freezing to death out here. The reason I was outside late at night was horrific. I saw you there, my friend. Please open the door. I'm freezing to death out here. No, I won't. What? You have any idea what time it is? Look, friend, I know it ain't a deal banging on your door in the middle of the night, but I'm in a bad spot here. I was counting on a ride for some friends, but they were running behind and won't be here for another 2 hours. You're not coming in a story. Are you fucking kidding me? You're gonna let me freeze to death out here? I didn't make you go hiking in a snowstorm. I should have known you'd be as big a bitch here as you were back at the pizza joint. What? You think I didn't see you with your little boyfriend fishing in the creek earlier? I figured you'd give me a chance this time, but it looks like you're still unkind. Get out or I'll call the cops. Ain't no cops around here. Speaking of, I don't see your fella's truck here either. I'm dialing 911 now. Fine. Suit yourself. Let me tell you something. You'll get what's coming to you for leaving me out here. Karma's a bitch, my friend. Man, door seemed irrelevant compared to how tired I was. Oh, okay. I guess I'll go to sleep with this guy standing outside the fucking door. Sure, why not? Well, I can't get up. I had no choice but to call for help. Oh, Dex Rick, there we go. Rick, I'm sorry to bother you again. We can't come back over. There's someone we met down driving, banging on the door. Pretty scared. I think he's outside the house. Could you please come look? He lives so close by. What's going on? Oh, thank God you're here. Explain the situation. Yeah, I came as quickly as I could. I wouldn't worry about him anymore. What? By the way, where's your friend? The guy who was with you earlier. He went to pick up our other friend. So you're all alone here right now? Yeah, but all my friends will be back soon. By all means, take your time. Storms like this bring out all kinds of folks. Not all of them know when to stay away. What do you mean? I live in Burlington. I haven't been to the rental in weeks. What? Everything okay, miss? Yeah. Awful late for texting, isn't it? Who are you talking to? Who are you? What did you just say? This is my fucking house. I'll leave when I want to. What do you want? I want what's mine. That's this house and you. You're trespassing. Get out of here before they call the cops. I don't think so. If anyone is leaving this house, it will be one of us.
Man.
Okay, there it is. Yeah, fuck that noise. That noise sucks. Yep. I guess I'm trying to go upstairs. And I guess he catches me. Like, where else should I go? Oh, I should go down in the basement and hide in the, yeah, that's what I should do. I should go down in the basement and hide in the door in the cellar or whatever. Vincent, thank you for giving a sub to one-time pay or overtime pay. Oh, that's my overtime pay. Thank you. Okay, so let's open this so we can get down there easy. Okay. Get the text. Okay. Holy, can't read overtime pay. I know I can't read. Thanks. Thanks. Okay. I'm gonna go right here. Yep. Okay. Fuck! Man. Fucking Nora, dude. Oh, hiding in basement. Oh, good. There was a checkpoint. Thank Christ. Oh. Okay. Don't look back down at him. I fucking opened the doors again. I accidentally opened the doors twice, which was my fucking bad. And that fucking noise, dude. Don't do that. You need to replace that shit. That's fucking terrible. It's terrible. 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 Hear me? Fucking, I said it again. It's terrible. Yeah, come kill me. It's fucking awful. Fuck you. The problem is it closes automatically, and I think I have to close it. No, it closes automatically. And it shouldn't fucking do that. No other door closes automatically. Where do I go? To the attic? Yeah. Okay. just want to finish this fucking game, dude. It's above me. It was in the closet that I was in. It's in the same fucking closet. Fuck! fuck, dude. I don't want to go down there. Okay, good. Fuck's sake, man. Good Lord. I told him everything that happened after Mike left. Rick had called the cops. Storm had quieted down by the time they arrived, and of course, the man was nowhere to be seen. On our drive back, the whole night played over and over in my head. We think we saw the man we saw secretly lived in the cabin when it wasn't being used, and planned on robbing us during our stay. But cops seemed to think there was more intent behind the man's action than just robbing us. Rick asked me what the man looked like, and after that, he didn't say any more questions. We think he knew more than he was letting on, but in the end, he gave us a full refund. What do you think of Sony doing away with physical games in 2028? It was coming. It's been coming for a long time. I'm surprised it took this long, to be honest. I'm not arsed about it because I haven't had a physical copy of a game. Like, the only physical copies of games I have are retro and CD-ROMs. I haven't been to a game store to buy a physical copy of a game or ordered one that wasn't a retro game for at least a decade, if not probably more. No, the stop killing games thing is or stop killing games, sort of. Like, the fact that they can delist games is shitty. That is definitely shitty and something we should fight against. The fact that they can take away our games at any time, I think there should be laws against that. But as far as having physical copies, I don't give a shit. There we go. All right, how'd we do? Oh, it's like 0 out of 53. Fuck. No. Okay, there we go. 3 out of 10. Talk to all the NPCs in the pizzeria. Beat the minigame. Add creamer to the coffee. Feed the cat. Catch a northern pike. And what were the other ones? Execute a dunk. I didn't even see a hoop. Survive the 5th episode with 0 deaths. Okay. All right, at some point, we're going to have to play the Scratch Creek one, the co-op one. But for now, that's it. Tomorrow, we go fucking Twister hunting. Tomorrow's a little outbreak for Kiskaloo's 100 month. But for now, I am out of here. Thank you guys for being here. I hope you guys had a good time. I will see you tomorrow. And until next time.
For all of my Berserkers. And for all of Zekonia, and if you want to hear my opinions on shit, just watch Drop Frames. This is me, Zeke, saying... Choked on my own spit. See ya!